All right, all right, all right. Good afternoon, Sega crew. This is the Master8 Race. I am Grim Shins, and I will be providing some commentary today. I'm pretty excited about it, but you know who else is real excited about it? Because he was gonna run the race, but then some plans changed. But he's joining us today on commentary as well, Mr. Paul Saltine.
Dude, can't wait to see these racers go. This is such a good game list, man. I'm so excited.
Yeah, it's something else. I mean, I'm a huge fan of the Master System library, and I think we've got 8 really solid games for people to play this afternoon. I don't know. What do you think of this games list, Grand Coon?
I think we put all our might and love into this one, especially for the preparation of the branching path. So he's not there. So shout out to Esta for the wonderful idea of the branching path. I think this is a great list. Maybe the coolest list we had so far in the Master 8. So pretty hyped, not gonna lie.
Yeah, that is one thing that we're doing a little different this year is we've introduced branching paths where the racers get to choose their route through the games. We've got different goals for a couple of games, and you know, based off of their preference, the racers can choose what they think is going to allow them the most effective path to victory. Paul, you were practicing for this race. You have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so it looks like we are going to see some different paths today, which is good. I think you guys, GC, correct me if I'm wrong, you were a little concerned that maybe everybody would just take the same path. And don't get me wrong, I think a lot of the runners are probably going to take the path that I would have taken had I been racing today, which is the brown path.
Yeah, me too.
But
That was the brown.
I think we have some green runners today, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think Patak may have said in chat that he's gonna go purple today. When we get to the branching paths, we will explain them, of course. Yeah, I'm very curious to see what the bulk of people do, and if we have any differences amongst the runners, and if whether or not maybe our winner is the one that takes a path that nobody else is taking. I think that could be very interesting.
Yeah, and also the winner, he won't game over in in Fantasy Zone 2.
Well, let's
He
hope
certainly won't game over in that game. That's for sure.
Grim, have you played any of these games?
I have played most of these games. Now, I didn't learn the speedrun routes for them, so I'm continuing my fine tradition of not doing enough preparation for these events. But I had played the vast majority of these casually prior to this event. Although one game that I didn't even know existed because it was a PAL exclusive during the lifetime of the Master System, as far as I'm aware. Basketball Nightmare, which, I mean, looking at it, it's a cool looking game, I've got to say. I really appreciate the artwork in it, but it is my understanding that not all of the racers have been so fond of Basketball Nightmare, so
Well,
I'll
it's
be
in the title.
yeah.
Like,
So
yeah,
of the two goals there, which do you think is going to be the easiest choice for most people?
Or
Win two games or score
the
100
long goal is
points?
the easier for Basketball Nightmare, no doubt. Winning 2 games is, I mean, you can play it cool and wait for the end of the second game, but if you want to score 100 points and take the fast goal, this is where the RNG kicks in, and the manipulation and how fast you're gonna score those 100. So the easier is the long one for Basketball Nightmare, no doubt.
it is. I tried my best to score 100 points in that game real quick. I couldn't do it. Now, I'm looking at the timesheet here that some of our runners were filling out, and I see that the best time for Basketball Nightmares score 100 points was 4 minutes and 11 seconds.
Wow.
Now,
Insane.
that's
That
really
is-
good. Comparison,
Insane.
my best time was 9:25, and I couldn't think of a way to get any better than that. So
Apparently somebody cracked the code.
yeah, apparently.
Wow. Sub 5. Insane.
Booster, if you are there, because we can
I
talk
am
about
here.
this. We can talk
Yeah,
about this as
I'm so
as
excited.
the
Are we ready to
race goes
race?
on. Yeah, let's just race.
I think that's a great idea.
How about you, racers? Everybody ready?
This is the big moment. Months and months of work on the back end, and then the racers on this end, all to this moment. And I'm really excited. I'm gonna let the guys know in race time, and we should see that timer
Yeah.
count down quickly.
Maybe
All right.
Corbett should go back to Kung Fu Kid. Corbett,
And
what are you doing, dude? Oh, there we
He's
go.
good. He's good.
uh,
There we go. All right.
In 3, 2, 1, racers off.
all right.
Yeah, see,
starting
Corbett was
out
okay.
here.
He's in there.
Let's go, guys. Good luck to all.
Good luck, racers. Can't wait to see how this ends. So guys, yeah, first game, Kung Fu Kid. How we feeling about this game?
Oh, feeling great.
Personally, I
Absolutely
like
great.
it a lot. It feels very nice to play. Just very intuitive controls, which is not always the case with some of these earlier Sega Master System platformers. This one felt very high production value for an early Sega game, and the actual combat and level design feels pretty inspired compared to some of the earlier Sega stuff, which I feel was really more, for lack of a better term, arcadey.
Yeah, and very janky too in terms of control, and this one controls very well. Absolutely.
It does. It does get like the jump is a little floaty on your character, but I think that actually like helps this game quite a bit. And it looks like
Yeah,
our
the-
runners are coming up to the second boss, where there is a stun lock that the runners can get. It's
Yes,
even a bit.
actually, there's a quick kill for every boss in that game, so we'll see how they manage.
It's like Reddy got
Yeah,
a couple of shots.
Corbett missed it.
Looks like nobody got the quickest stun lock, but ZG doing pretty good up there. Yeah, that's... There you go.
Yeah,
And
the stun
I
lock
think JKL
wasn't.
was the first out.
Looks a little... Yes, he was. So I guess JKL's taking a very slight but early lead.
Yeah, but this is only the first game. I mean, at the end of this one, maximum 1 or 2 minutes between the players, I say.
Yeah, that's something that could very easily be made up in a single game, let alone 7 more.
Yeah, yeah,
You're telling me that the race is not over, is what you're saying.
absolutely.
They
2
shut
minutes
it down
and 30
2
seconds into
minutes,
the
30
race, it is not
seconds.
over.
And Reddy is fighting a bit with the skip you can see there on the top left.
Yeah, so he's trying to wall kick. Got it. Beautiful.
Yeah, oh, he's losing time. Oh, there he goes.
Yeah,
Let's
ZG
go, Reddy.
struggling with the same skip. But that is interesting. You have to wonder whether the developers intended that, whether they were even aware it could be performed.
I
'cause that
think
seems
this
like a
one
pretty
they did,
interesting
but
gap in
this
the
one
geometry.
they intend to put it there. But the one in the stage 5, I think, was considered impossible by devs because it's a pixel perfect. You
Yeah,
have
I'll
to
be
jump
curious to see.
exactly on the good pixel.
I'll be curious to see how many of the racers succeed on the stage 5 skip, because that's a huge
Oh, yeah.
time save, right? So you can actually miss that one a couple times, and say like 4th, 5th attempt, you get it. You're still saving time.
Yeah, and
just, I love the enemies in this stage.
oh,
The,
JKL did the quick kill, and so is Corbett. Corbett missed it, sorry. But JKL did it.
Beautiful. I'm a big fan of the jumping
Gnom
Chinese
missed it,
zombies
sorry.
there. That's a bit of a trope in
Yeah.
zombie lore over there. I've got no idea why. Maybe somebody in chat knows the cultural context, but zombies, instead of shuffling like they do here in the West, they jump.
So JKL and Corbett are in front, followed by Patak.
Yeah,
this
JKL,
stage-
more known as a Nintendo runner, but he's been fairly dominant in a lot of these Sega races over the years.
Yeah,
He's,
such a beast.
pretty good at video games.
Yeah, pretty
That
good.
helps.
We can say that. We can say that.
Coming up on the skip here, let's see. Not first attempt. Ooh.
It was just almost. This is a tough one.
It is tough. Corbett got it, so...
Oh, Corbett,
Oh, so
GG.
Corbett moves into the lead because of...
I didn't see if it was a first or a second try, but that's a GG.
Okay,
and
with
JKL
JKL
does it
shortly
too.
behind.
Let's go. Patak is
Marblast
almost
working
there.
on it right now.
And Reddy does it. GG, Reddy.
It's not a super easy skip. I think once you kind of get a setup that works for you, it's a little more consistent, but it's tough to be consistently getting it on like the first attempt.
Yeah, it's super hard. This is, like I said, this is a pixel perfect jump, so this is so easy to miss. And Patak does it. Did it, sorry. GG.
All right, so looks like Corbett's onto like the boss rush here.
Yep.
He's
Yep.
got the stun lock on the first
ZG
boss.
just managed to get the skip.
GG
Nice.
ZG.
Yeah, and Corbett is in front. Oh, JKL, he died. I didn't saw it, but it looks like he died at the boss, so you have to do all the stage again. This
That's
is a
gonna
big time
be-
loss for JKL.
That is rough.
Corbett taking out the twins. Reddy just behind him. And I see Narblast down there in the corner. Attacks right there as well too. Four of these guys pretty tight to one another here.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, a whole bunch of round
This is
6
pretty
starts.
tight. Let's see if Corbett keeps going with the fast kills. Oh yeah,
Corbett's not afraid.
that's nice. That's nice. And there he goes. Wow. He's on a mission.
Now, I have a question, just as somebody who approached this game casually and never really looked into it. Do you intentionally want to take damage during boss fights to get that countdown at the end to
Yeah,
go
when
faster?
you play a high level speedrun, you want to manage the life for after every boss. But in terms of in a race, this is very dangerous to play like that, to save like, I don't know, 1 or 2 seconds at every boss, which makes like 10 seconds at the end of the stage, but
Yeah.
only for a top speedrun level, not for a
Yeah,
race.
and certainly in a race, I mean, it's not worth it, particularly
Yeah.
when this is just the first game of
And
an
Reddy
8-game
had a
race.
great kill. Just right there. He's almost there, next to Corbett. Like a
It
few
never
seconds.
felt safe enough to try and milk down your health in this game.
Yeah, in a marathon, you want to play it safe. You just don't want to die. And Corbett was very quick with the last boss. And so is Reddy. Nice. GG, guys. And Gnarbloss is there also. Last boss. I mean, of the boss rush. Bit slower. But he's there too. GG.
Yeah, all right, Corbett.
Reddy
And
moved
Reddy-
on to this round 7 as well here. Corbett, it's not a commanding lead, but it is a lead nonetheless.
Is the lead.
Yeah, a few seconds. Let's see what happened on the last boss, because this last boss can go very quick, or you can miss it also. This is a very tough quick kill to finish the game.
Corbett does it. All right, Corbett's moving on.
Oh, very nice.
All right.
GG, Corbett. What about Reddy?
Reddy.
Kung Fu Kid in the books.
Reddy is moving on.
And
Patak.
woo, very nice, Reddy. GG.
And
Patak.
And this is
Blast.
only a 910x. GG, guys.
And I just want to say on our other screen, it looks like Golden Ogre Games is getting ready to finish up Kung Fu Kid as
Yeah,
well.
Gnarbloss finished too. GG, Gnar. Oh, he just died, Golden Ogre. He's gonna have to
wow.
do the
Ooh.
stage again.
Fortunately, a death on round 7, not nearly as bad as having
No,
to start round
yeah.
6 and that boss rush over.
Yeah, boss rush and stage 5 are very long.
So, looking like here that we might be seeing some deviation here. So, Reddy and Corbett appear to be doing the 100 points
Yeah,
goal,
they're both going for 100.
but Narblast down in the bottom right
Yeah,
is going
exactly.
to opt. He is going to opt for the win 2 games.
Yeah, and the animation of the dunk you just saw from the werewolf, and then on Corbett's screen too. This stops the timer, so you don't want them to happen, because you lose a few seconds every time.
Yeah, so yeah, like that's your big time loss in this game, especially if you're taking the win 2 games route. It's every time that the clock in the game stops, which is basically that dunk animation.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing in chat that there's some differentiation in the timer options here.
Yeah.
Is there a strategic reason for doing that? If
No, I
imagine...
think Corbett just did it to play it safe, to be sure that the timer doesn't run out. But he would have took 30. It would have been the same. He's gonna be pretty fast anyway.
That's just Reddy is very confident in his ability to get 100 points here fairly quickly.
Yeah, it's gonna be faster too. And Golden Ogre is taking the long goal too. So is Patak, and so is ZG. Oh, so we have 4 players taking the long goal and 2 taking the 100 points.
Yeah, the win 2 games, like you said before we got started, it's very consistent. Even in the worst case scenario, as long as you win the games, you're going to come out of this with a 12 whatever.
Yeah, 12 to
12s.
13 minutes.
You can speed that up, of course, if you limit the animations that the other team gets when dunking, that kind of thing. But yeah, it's like, as long as you can win 2 games, which is not a challenge here, honestly, you're going to get through this relatively unscathed. There's a lot of variation on the score 100 points, depending on how well you're able to, get the ball, keep the ball out of the opponent's hands, steal the ball.
And this is also where the RNG kicks in, because every time they throw the ball back after you score a basket, you can eventually steal the ball if they do a bad pass. So this is pure RNG, and you have also, I think Patak found some strats to manipulate or something, but this remains pretty obscure to me. I mean, I was only playing the win 2 games, so I couldn't say for the 100 point manipulation of the RNG and shits, but you have some. We'll ask them later.
Yeah. I will note, Reddy has pulled ahead.
Yeah, it's 60, and Corbett is only 42. So, like Shima said, yeah, Corbett is having a tough time scoring, which might happen sometimes for some reasons. I mean, most of the time you score 9 3-point out of 10, but in some games you're like down 5 or 6 for some reason, and timing or whatever.
I'm seeing a lot of slam dunk animations on some of our racers' screens, which look really cool.
They look
absolutely
definitely not optimal for race conditions. I imagine much like the real NBA. If you want to do things quickly, you want to do it with threes. But some people like the flash.
But
just
this game was into the future, because scoring 3 points was the only possible way to get to the end of this game. You have to find the 3-point strat, and once you have it, this game, you're gonna go to the end. But if you only go for dunks because it's cool and it's beautiful, you're gonna lose. This game isn't made for dunks.
I think there's a life lesson there, but I'm seeing that all of our racers are in the thick of things on a basketball nightmare here. But Reddy is absolutely crushing the scoreboard right now. He's going to be finished up with this goal.
It's going to be sub 20 in-time game, I mean.
Oh, wow. Okay, so I just pulled up the timesheet to see what Reddy was throwing down here. Reddy didn't even practice the win 2 games goal, or if they did, they didn't put their time onto the sheet.
That's because he liked to farm in Golvilliers. I hated that. So that's why I choose the 2-game path.
Reddy's PB and score 100 points, 5 minutes 24 seconds.
Wow.
Which is second best behind Orb, whom I believe Orb is the world record holder in this game. So, maybe they have an unfair advantage there at times, although I do not believe Orb is racing today, so...
I mean, that's just incredible to score a point every 3 seconds in a basketball game. I mean,
so by the way, I just noticed that Orbit has tied it basically back up with Reddy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, wow. They're actually, 96, 93. Insane. Orbit, what happened? Oh.
I mean, looks like we're going to be having...
Maybe the RNG kicked in.
Oh, this is almost
Yeah.
synced up. Okay,
Yeah.
looks like
Side
Reddy
by side.
scored 102 points.
Yeah, that's it for Reddy. And Corbett with the last shot. Almost.
Right, yeah, there we go.
There he is. Nice. GG, guys. And ZG is winning 54-2. That's a good ball game, ZG. Dude, insane.
Okay, so go ahead.
I'm pretty excited to see Golvelius here because there are a lot of unique things about the gameplay that I want to talk about. But first, let's hear a little bit about the route differences, Paul.
Yeah, so because they, and by they I mean Corbett and Reddy, did the 100 points in Basketball Nightmare, it means that in Golvelius, they're going to be doing the route in which they need to buy the Valley Sword. So the route is fairly similar to 3B, which our other racers will be doing, which is defeat Bacular. The difference being here is the longer Golvelius route that Corbett and Reddy are going to be doing. They're going to need to grind for a little bit of money because you need a certain amount of money to buy the sword.
You meant a lot of money, Paul, right? That's what you meant. Not a little bit, a lot.
It's a lot. Now, the advantage
12,000.
The advantage here is that really you're kind of just grinding money to buy Bibles. Because when you beat a boss, you know, you get your health refilled, but they give you your max amount of money back as well. So whichever route the racers choose, they're going to probably beat the same 3 bosses. The only difference is when you're going to buy the Valley Sword, they're going to be grinding a bit of money on the overworld so they can buy those Bibles. So when they beat Bacular in the end, they're going to have enough money to then just go and
They're
buy
gonna have to
the
kill
Valley
a
Sword.
lot of beasts to do so, actually. Like a lot.
I had the number written down. I think it was like...
Wow. That's some preparation. I'm amazed.
No, I had the number written down when I was practicing.
Oh. Yeah, Booster, Corbett is world record for Golvelius. Absolutely.
Meanwhile, I'm just wondering who buys Bibles. You know, they're free. Just
Get more money. Yeah.
take it
who
from the
does that?
hotel room.
Take 'em-
You're
yeah,
supposed
exactly.
to. You know, the Gideons. Like, come on now. But
Was it you guys I was having that conversation with like a month ago?
Yes,
It
I
was.
believe it was. So it's really strange that it's come up again. But yeah, Golvelius, really cool game developed by Compile, who are better known for the Puyo Puyo series,
Yeah.
which is very firmly entrenched on Sega consoles. But if you were just to look at screenshots of this game, you'd think, oh, it's like, you know, kind of an action RPG, kind of like Zelda. And in the overworlds, a little bit, but in the actual levels themselves, it plays a lot more like a horizontal or vertical shmup, depending on the particular dungeon and boss fight, which
Yeah, absolutely.
I think is interesting. I think that probably owes some of that to its heritage as a MSX title originally. I believe there were versions on the MSX and the MSX2 Japanese home computers back in the 1980s. There was actually fair amount of crossover between Japanese home computers and the Sega Master System, which somewhat mirrors the crossover between the Amiga and the Sega Genesis.
Ooh, interesting.
And looks like we've just been joined by Estacako.
Hey, how you doing?
Welcome in, Esta.
No response. Okay.
Maybe not.
So it's like both Reddy and Corbett are doing the bee grinding here now
Yeah,
just to
yeah.
get enough money.
And this
So the
is
bees, they drop the most amount of money versus like how difficult they are to kill.
I think they were very difficult to grind actually. I
They're
mean, the hitbox look easy when you don't know the game, but when you have to play it, you're like, those bees, they are
they're
obviously every time on the bad position, and you
yeah,
get touched and you get hit and hit and hit, and you're like, this is tough, man.
their
That's why it
pattern in
shows
the
the
overworld, it is tough.
yeah.
The circular pattern that they take, it can be, especially because we haven't mentioned this, but the controls on the overworld are a little challenging. You get used to it eventually, but the first time picking it up, it doesn't feel good on the overworld. But the good thing is with the bees, if they do attack you, it doesn't do a lot of damage. You can kind of tank it. There are enemies later on the overworld that will give you a bunch more gold, but if they hit you, like they're doing big damage on you. So it's not really like you can if you want, but it is risky if you want to grind those. I don't know what if they were mummies or whatever it was. I don't remember now.
All right, looks like we've got some more people moving on to Golvelios.
Yeah.
Now, JKL, I was not paying attention to his playthrough of Basketball Nightmare. You know, because really great commentator right now. Which
I was
route did
wondering
he choose for
if he was
that?
on the long or the
Did he
short
go for
goal.
points or winning the games?
Yeah,
He went winning the games.
you think
So
he won
because
2
of that,
games?
he'll have the shorter goal for Govelius. Is that an opportunity for him to move ahead of Reddy and Corbett here?
Help us, chat.
Don't know.
Definitely a
Because-
possibility.
Reddy and Corbett are near the end of. They're getting close to being near the end of their goal.
They still need a lot of money too. They're gonna have to grind again a bit.
Yeah, but they're gonna probably do it here with these frogs.
Yeah. The frogs are much more easier than the bees.
So I don't know because okay, so let's see. What is the average time difference between both Golvelius goals?
It was like 6 minutes and from 13 to 14, eventually 12 for a very fast long goal. But the short goal
So-
was like 6 minutes.
The average of the runners who were filling out our timesheet for the By Valley Sword, average time was 10:48. And
10:48. Wow.
The defeat Bacular average time was 7:22. So there's about 3 minutes difference here.
Yeah. When we made the preparation, we were like, yeah, long goal is like 12 to 14, and the short goal is like 6, 7. 6 minutes is possible. Bushta did it.
Hey, you know, never count Sega runners out when it comes to optimizing things.
Yeah,
You know,
I mean that's
We've all got a
especially
little
the
bit of that
case.
blast processing in our blood, so
Yeah,
like the
these
efficiency.
games are not overly like Golvelius is probably a little bit more known, but I mean none of these games are like widely speedran. They don't have overly high like amount of activity on their boards, so there's really maybe up to this point, maybe not a lot of people have taken the time to look at these games, which means you know you initially you're kind of like okay, well maybe this will be a 9-minute goal. And then when you have all these fresh eyes looking at a game for the first time, all of a sudden you find, you know, these time saves that nobody else knew about, and then now all of a sudden maybe it's an 8-minute goal.
Yeah. And already lost time on Corbett. Corbett obviously is world record, so he's faster, but this is like a big minute so far, I'd say. Yeah, maybe less.
Now this dungeon isn't overly safe, and there is a little bit of RNG upcoming on the final boss here. And we'll see here now when Corbett gets in. So this enemy, this boss, is going to spawn all over the screen. And ideally, it's going to spawn fairly close to him. So he doesn't have to like move halfway across the screen to do damage.
You don't want to get too close either because he hits like a truck. So you have to be very careful.
But that was a good pattern there. Corbett is out.
Pretty close to him.
Good kill.
Welcome in, Esther.
Yep.
What up, Eston?
Was having issues with my mic earlier.
Tech issues on a Sega Crew stream? We would never.
Never.
Nah, never heard of that.
Oh, it's actually the audio out on the front of this computer for some reason. It just doesn't like mute, but everything is super quiet.
All right, looks like Corbett is moving on to Land of
Yeah,
Illusion.
and Reddy is almost there. So this small minute.
Ready, that was...
Ready.
Ooh. Very lucky. Yeah, all right, Corbett's on to Land of Illusion. JKL is just leaving the second boss, so it's maybe about 90 seconds behind. Reddy is getting ready to get the Valley Sword here now. Just in there, all you gotta do is buy it. And Reddy is moving on.
And Patak is in the dungeon.
Looks like Narblas is also in Dungeon 3.
Yep. Yeah, he is.
Yep.
Absolutely. They're very close.
Oh, actually, yeah, look at that. They are right next to the penis statue, both of them.
I never noticed that. Thank you, Paul.
But having known Compile's development history, there's a good chance that absolutely was.
I mean, this is the 80s, guys. So don't be surprised.
Yeah, this is the 1980s. There were dicks everywhere.
Yeah.
Speaking
And
of
so
dicks
Corbett
everywhere,
is
let's
already
talk
done
about
with
Land
stage
of
number
Illusion.
1.
Dicks everywhere, Land of Illusion. So this was one of the games that I did not get an opportunity to practice at all. So
you should have.
well,
This is just such a good game, dude.
So I will defer to GC for any knowledge on Land of Illusion. The only thing I'll say is just by looking at the game, it looks so much better than the Castle of Illusion port on the Master System.
Ooh. Shots fired on Castle of Illusion.
Well, Paul has a storied history with Castle of
Yeah,
Illusion.
I know,
all
I know.
versions of it, but see, that's where I was going to throw you under the bus, Paul, because I have familiarity with Castle of Illusion as well.
Because you're a man of taste.
But yeah, this is part of the Illusion series. All of the Illusion games on the Master System and Game Gear are kind of mechanically pretty close to that first Castle of Illusion game. One thing that you'll immediately notice versus, say, the Genesis Castle of Illusion is Mickey's got an ability to pick stuff up, crates, and throw them, which greatly impacts the level design here. Overall, I don't know what to say about this game. If you've played any of the Illusion games, you've pretty much played the other ones.
That is completely fair, honestly.
The ability to pick up does affect the speedrun, though, because it does open up some new strategies and moves.
Very true.
There's a spot where you can bring a block down to a boss and make him just melt him because you don't have to wait for him to give you the projectiles to hit him with.
Huh. That is very similar to a something you can do in the Master System Castle of Illusion as well with another boss. You can clip something into the boss room with you, and then you just use it to take out the boss instead of waiting for its cycles.
I might be thinking of the Sega one as well.
That's okay. We'll defer to what.
But I know it does. It does make a difference being able to pick things up for sure.
So we'll also note that Narblast and Patak are also on Land of Illusion. JKL is.
Yeah, he's struggling with Golvelius. And let's watch
that-
Corbett. Oh, he did the super fast kill. GG Corbett. Absolutely perfect.
But he
Golden
couldn't-
Ogre
This
on
is a very tough
as
quick
well.
kill.
That was some absolutely perfect butt bouncing.
So Golden
Perfect.
Ogre has
Yeah, that
definitely
too.
gotten ahead of Fetty.
Golden Ogre ahead of Fetty.
Yeah, he's already in Castle Illusion. He's been in there for a couple seconds ahead of him now.
And looks like JKL has entered the last dungeon in Golvelius.
Yeah. And Corbett is
Made
going
it past
to
that
the
that
ghost
rocket
house.
ship wall of rock formation.
Bro.
Let's see ready with the dragon. Oh yeah. And that's a fast kill too. Not as fast, but very fast too. Yeah, Phantom
See,
House, Jimmy.
I gotta
This is a
draw
tough
attention
stage.
to the screen that Corbett just finished up. I love anytime platformers do palette cycling for darkness in games. I just think it's such a cool effect, and getting to see that on this spooky castle here, I love it.
Props to you, Sega. Or whoever made this game, I assume it was the Sega.
Yeah.
And Corbett with the perfect pumpkin skip. He's world record for that game, so he might take some minutes from ready again. Maybe not minutes, but because ready is very close. It's like a big minute, maybe more.
Yeah, let's see. We got Golden Ogre. We got Vodo also in Land of Illusion. I have to keep myself from calling this Castle of Illusion because it's just so instinctive in my brain to just do that. I mean, yeah,
Let's say
geez, a
Nikki.
bunch of these racers are just really close, which is what you love to see, of course.
To be fair, the Genesis version did come out before the Master System version, so you were right to think of the other one first.
That's just because I'm, we have history, myself and Castle. So it's whenever I see Mickey, if it's not World of Illusion, I just assume it's Castle of Illusion, even though there's like 5,000 other Mickey Mouse games.
So I'm sensing some animus there. Should I not send you Mickey love?
Mickey love to all of our runners and all of our people in chat today, including Sheem. I see you there, Sheem. Oh my god. I did submit Castle of Illusion for Segathon 7. By the way, anybody in chat wants to do a submission for Segathon 7, those submissions are open right now. Wink, wink.
And looks like JKL has just finished Golvelius, started Land of Illusion, and looks like Ems has as well. See Arnaud and Vrelis in the final dungeon, as well as ZG on the Golvelius side of things. Fede appears to have fallen behind a little bit, but right now, a majority of our runners are in Land of Illusion.
That's good. No major problems so far. Now, game selection committee, including, I guess that does include GC. You were a part of that, weren't you?
Oh yeah, I was.
they really backloaded this race with all of the really challenging stuff
I
from the
mean,
last 2 games.
we almost had a fight, Booster and I. Haven't we, Booster? We needed a ref at some point. But it was only because I mean we wanted the best out of it. So every time we thought something was like, we should do better, we can do better. How about this? How about that? And yeah, maybe I'm not sure, and whatever. And yeah, at some point like I said, we almost had a little fight, but that was only because we wanted to be perfect as most as possible.
No, I think that you guys did a fine job here. There is something to be said about, making the first 3/4 of a race pretty, it's not too difficult, and then like the last bit being like your big, now is the time to get serious. You've warmed up at that point, right?
Yeah.
And it's not like
Get anyone falling behind at the start too. If
Yeah.
you get too far behind at the start, you'd be very discouraging and just kind of almost throw in the towel.
exactly.
Where this way, everyone can get a good chunk of the way through before it starts really mattering where your screw ups are and where you maybe should deviate from your intended strategies.
Yeah, and you don't really have to worry a whole lot about fatigue on a race like this, where I would imagine that a lot of our runners will probably finish under 2 hours. So it's not like, when we did our Sega 16.
Sega 16 was so long.
It was fun.
mean,
I
yeah,
enjoyed it.
Sub 4 hours was the average time. This
Yeah.
is super long. 4 hours, Jesus.
So yeah, like in
I
a
mean-
4-hour race,
Yeah, some
If you-
people have said that 16 games is twice as many as 8.
Yeah, absolutely.
we're gonna have to check the math on that, but we'll
I'll
take your
get back
word.
to you.
We obviously deal with smart people over here.
No, I think eight games, I think is great. The race is not too long. You can get to actually learning your games.
Yeah, and even if it's a first race, this is not impossible. I mean, for a first race, a 16 game is obviously way too long.
No, okay. It's not impossible. We'll ask the runners how they feel about Fantasy Zone when they're done and whether they thought it was impossible or not.
So I just talked to a math expert, ChatGPT.
Okay.
Yes, 16 games is more than 8 games. It's exactly twice as many.
Thank you, Internet.
Did they cite their reference though?
They
Yeah.
did not. So
Did you double check the sources?
they did not list any sources.
Oh.
And how many hours of compute time on the massive banks of NVIDIA GPUs did it require in order
Oh,
to
I
produce
just killed
that
5 trees
response?
with that search, probably.
Also, while you've got it open, can you ask it how many R's are in the word strawberry?
How many R's?
If it gets this wrong, we'll take back our math assumptions.
Says there are 3 R's in the word strawberry. But
Oh my god, we've hit AGI.
I'm assuming I couldn't get that right before.
Yeah, it very confidently would say
Probably
things
2.
like there are 5 R's in strawberry before.
5.
Because it doesn't have any reasoning ability. It's
I can
autocomplete
understand
on
2
steroids.
because it's got like the double consonant of the R's and it being
Yeah.
used in like maybe what you're actually asking. But 5 just seems very low.
And Corbett is already at the stone boss.
Yeah, there
Let's see if
did
we
not
can have
seem to
the-
be much
the
time
fast
between
cycle.
the card boss and the stone boss. Just absolutely flying through the game.
Yeah, definitely.
World record.
I
time
mean,
for-
this is obviously the golden opportunity for Corbett, Golvilius, and then Land of Illusion.
I mean, when you hold world record in 2 of the games, in
Yeah.
the race at least, that would be the section there. You can make up ground, try to get ahead.
And this is a fast kill, no problem.
This is, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm fairly certain I'm right here. This is the longest game on
Yeah,
the
it
games
is.
list by far.
Yeah, this is the big one. As we always have at least one big goal, one big game. This is
Yeah, and if it had been like a bit shorter, the whole game, like for 5 minutes shorter, this might have been a finisher for the race. But this was a bit too long to finish the race, so we had a lot of discussion about this one. Where do we put it? What do we do with it? Where do we stop? And we
Yeah.
came to the conclusion that the whole game was a bit too long.
I have no context as to where the Good Princess Castle is in respect to the whole game. So
Oh, this is like three-fourths of the game.
3/4?
Yeah,
Okay.
3/4 of the game, like 75% of the whole game, something like that.
Yeah, what was our average finish time for this on yeah, so on this timesheet, average time to beat this game was 21 minutes 9 seconds.
Yeah, this is more than enough.
Corbett, best time 16:09. No surprise when you have
16,
a
wow.
world record holder running in a race like this. There's a
And
clear
oh,
advantage.
the jump he just did right there, it looks like nothing, but this is a tough jump. This is a very tough jump at the end of that stage. GG.
I mean, any way you slice it, having a world record that's about 4 minutes faster than the average that the racers were putting in. I mean, that's an
insane.
advantage. That's huge
Yeah.
for the sort of mid game here in the race. But there are a lot of games after this, and
Fantasy Zone can be the ultimate equalizer. So
I think Fantasy Zone will be the big thing where we can see somebody really pull ahead if somebody.
Oh yeah, you can definitely have some accidents in this game.
yeah.
And in Kansaiden too. If you lose your way on the map, this is a straight loss because you have to finish the stage, get back on the map, and go on the good way. So they're gonna have to be very careful when they're on the map in Kansaiden.
That's still
And
not
Corbett
as bad as the game
is
over.
almost there. He's got the last glitch. Does he? He did. And that's it. GG for Corbett.
GG. All right.
So fast. So fast.
I guess because Corbett is going to be a little bit ahead of everybody else here now. He will be moving on to Special Criminal Investigations, which is where our path branches again in the race. So you'll have the opportunity to take the short goal in SCI, where you just beat the 3rd stage, or you can opt to take the longer SCI goal and beat stage 5, which I think is the route that he's going to take.
I know a lot of people are having some issues with some of the bubble bobble stuff, so I would not.
yeah,
be
I was going to mention that
if
it
some
seems
people
like
are gonna
I
be
think
taking
most
that.
people are going to be taking the longer route in SCI because number one, SCI is a really cool game.
It's probably the
just
best
from a
game on the
casual
list.
perspective. You know, I am a huge fan of the arcade style lane changers here, very much in the same vein as Outrun or Road Rash, and that.
Where's the SCI movie coming out?
Yeah. Just
If we can have Outrun, can't we have SCI as a movie?
Yeah,
oh my
but-
god!
yeah,
I'll
we-
get to the Outrun movie in a minute, but so I would
Yeah.
gladly exchange, playing SCI for a longer time for playing Bubble Bobble for a shorter time. But,
That was how I
Bubble
felt.
Bobble is a great game. I love Bubble Bobble personally.
Yeah, I love it too, but I think the easiest path is short bubble and long SCI. This is
Well,
the easier, but I
SCI is
think
one
the
more practical.
fastest is long bubble. This is just a bit harder. So we'll see what Corbett is gonna do. because I saw some like I think Patak put a sub 10 for long bubble during
Patak
practice.
is really good at bubble.
So this is the fastest route. This is the long bubble. We'll see what they do.
Yeah, I believe Patak had quite a bit of experience with Bubble previous to this.
Yeah,
And we see Golden Ogre and Jodo at the stone boss. Norblast is a bit away, bit ahead, sorry. And Patak is solid third. And I really like the sliding stage over there. Very funny.
Reddy is on to SCI. So yeah, Reddy's still holding on to second place. Corbett. I mean, geez, that's not really a whole lot of time between Corbett and Reddy here. Maybe like a minute.
Yeah, big minute. Maybe a minute and a half. Depending on how ready is gonna be at boss one. Because Corbett
Yeah.
was really fast to kill it.
In SCI, you really the only way you can lose time. Well, I guess there's two ways. You can crash your car, just like an outrun or anything like that. You know, hitting a tree is going to cost you time. For some reason in SCI, that doesn't seem like such a big issue as it is in like outrun. It's a lot easier to stay on the track.
Yeah, it is an easy game. I mean, we're not gonna lie. This is really an easy racing game.
It is. The other way that you can lose time here is in your chase sequence. The helicopter will give you 5 powerful rocket shots. You want to make sure every last one of them hits the vehicle that you're chasing. And then after that, you're doing some combination of shooting with your regular gun or ramming the vehicle with your vehicle, which I wasn't 100% sure if it did more damage than just shooting with your regular gun.
I was asking myself the same question. Is the rocket or the bump doing the most damage? And then I couldn't really answer. So I was like, okay, it's 50-50. Whatever.
I think JKL hung out in my stream one night when we were playing, and I think he had mentioned that that ramming might do more speed because sometimes your shots from the gun just don't register.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably
when you were
it's probably ideal to do both.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you go for the shoot and you go for the bump both at the same time.
I noticed when you were practicing, Paul, that even just missing one of those rocket shots can really cost you some time.
Oh yeah, don't miss the rocket shot. And that's way easier said than done because you might be coming in a little fast. You use a boost to get into the chase sequence, and maybe you shoot one just as the car that you're chasing takes a turn and you miss one, and that sucks. You really want to try your best to hit all 5 of those, and then after that, then go to town.
Can we just take a moment to reflect on how little criminal investigation happens during special criminal investigation? Because this looks mostly like a high-speed chase followed by some police brutality.
Well, thank you. You said it, and not me.
I mean,
yeah.
Was it the Chase HQ 2? Basically, this one. Originally,
it's the same game under another name, I think.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I think either this police department just goes by their own law and rules here, or this investigator needs to be put on leave, because this stuff they're doing here, this wouldn't pass in most places.
Hey man, that's why the department is special.
And you can see Jodo is struggling with the last glitch. Come on, Jodo, let's go. Come on, dude. Come on.
So I take it what you have to do here is you clip up through.
Yeah, I don't really know how it works. I only made it happen out of luck.
Oh, there you go.
Got it.
There we go.
Yeah, so yeah, okay, we have 5 racers in special criminal investigation. Now, I'm gonna keep my eye on Patak because if he resets his console after finishing stage 3, then we know he's going purple route. He may be the only person to do it today,
Yeah, absolutely.
but
Because
it
he's
would
a
be
killer.
very interesting.
He's a killer at Bubble, like I said before. He put a sub 10 in practice, so that was amazing.
Yeah, the
It
thing
might
with
be the
Bubble
smart way to
Bubble.
go with everyone else more comfortable with SCI, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. The first 13 stages of Bubble Bobble, so what the other runners will be doing, it's not so bad. Not to say that it's
Yeah.
like easy or like trivial or anything.
It's a sub 5 possible. Sub 6 is almost mandatory.
Yeah,
Almost.
but once you get beyond stage 13, the game does ramp up in difficulty
Yeah,
a
you have a
little
jump.
bit.
Sorry, Paul, I cut you. Sorry.
No, 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 no.
Yeah. You have a jump of difficulty in a few of those stages. You have stage 16, really technical one. You have stage 17, really RNG one, and etc. So we'll see. I mean, I'm pretty hyped for Patak's run in Bubble. So Corbett
Yeah.
obviously on stage 4 is gonna take the long SCI. And I think Reddy will too. We'll see that when he kills the boss right there.
Yeah, I think Reddy will. Narblast is on stage 2, so we've got a bit of time for him. Golden Ogre is on
Stage 2, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if Patak does decide to take the longer Bubble Bobble, it will appear on screen that he will be ahead, but maybe if only the fact that he's on to the next game, but he's going to be there longer. So
yeah, we'll see that at the end of the bubble run. From 3 of them, I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
And we got confirmation that Reddy is in fact
He's
taking
taking the
longer
longest
route.
CI.
No
Let's go,
surprise.
Patak. Show us the power of the bubble.
He's got his rocket launcher. For anybody that hasn't actually played SCI, by the way, soundtrack in the game is surprisingly good.
Yeah, I thought so too. I was really impressed actually by the soundtrack when I tried it. And
Yeah.
you also have to press up to to accelerate in that game, which is, I mean, always a bit bizarre, but it
Well,
works. It
Buttons
works
are at a
because it's
premium
easy.
on the Master System controller. You do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
That's right.
Me, I think that if your game needs more than 2 buttons, then it's too complicated.
That is true. I mean, honestly, I hate to bring up this console on stream, but let's talk about the Super Nintendo for a second. Had 4 face buttons. How many games used all of them? That's all I'm saying. Like, you can play Super Mario World with 2 buttons.
3.
Hey, you can play through Dark Souls 3 with 1 button. R1.
I mean, you do have the run button, the jump button, and the spin jump button for Super
Yeah,
Mario World.
or-
You technically need 3.
you could be like me and almost never use the spin jump. Okay, Patak finishes stage 3, and we've got a reset.
Yeah, we've
There we
moving
go.
on to Bubble Bobble. All right.
The power of the bubble. Let's go, Patak.
I'm really hoping
Now-
he gets some good.
Do you think that Patak will be able to move through Bubble Bobble fast enough to make up the difference?
Oh, let's see. What time does he have on his sheet here? Patak's 25 Bubble Bobble. He has it at a 9:51 was his best time, which appears to be about 4 minutes faster than average. So, I don't know. Well, okay, the difference in average between SCI's 3 and 5 stage is about 5 minutes as well. But I don't know, like, Corbett, for example, his stage 5 SCI is basically 13 minutes. And his
Zach doesn't have
stage...
to worry about missing those shots though and costing time now because he was able to just get out of there so much quicker, right?
I guess I guess we'll see.
See if the strategy pays off.
Yeah,
I think
See,
it's gonna
I'm
pay off.
See, this might just be my particular bias against Bubble Bobble and its music, but I was expecting everyone to take the longer route in SCI. So I don't suppose I fully considered all of the ramifications of spending less time in SCI and more time in Bubble Bobble. The math could work out in Patak's favor.
could.
And look at those strats. Easy.
The nice thing about Bubble Bobble though is that there's very little RNG involved. Like there's a couple little spots where you might have enemies that might have a second pattern, but on the whole, if you can do everything the same every time, you're gonna fly through this game.
That is true. Especially if you're quick. So I know on like stage 12, I think it is. If you can clear stage 12 relatively quickly, you have no worries because the enemies do the same thing every time, right? If you make a mistake and an enemy gets away from you, then you start kind of running into problems where you might have to be chasing an enemy down, or you got to wait for them to come to your side of the screen. So there is room for that kind of mistake to happen. Do I think that's going to happen to Patak? Probably not, because, well, if he's opting to take the long route in this game, he's probably pretty good in this game. And
Yeah, Corbett and Reddy have moved on to Bubble Bobble, so Patak has got a 7-stage advantage so far, looks like.
he's on stage
Yeah.
8 already. He's close to having spelled out extend as well, which is interesting.
And he
That'll
took
get
the
another
shoe.
up.
He just took the shoe. So this is important not to die right there. He's got the super bubble and the shoe.
Yeah, and he's flying through these levels. Like look at that. Boom. He's pretty much done that level now.
This is a man who has bubbled some bobbles before.
I agree, TK. Bubble Bobble has great music. Speaking
It-
of
it-
music, which do you think is actually the weakest in the music for this list? Because they actually all are pretty good.
Hmm.
You mean the
I'm
best
gonna
one?
flip that
Esther?
question around and tell you what I think the strongest soundtrack is, and that definitely goes to Golvelius because of its masterful use of the FM expansion chip.
And even if you don't utilize the expansion chip for music, it still sounds fine.
Yeah, some very solid use of the programmable sound generator
Yeah,
on
I
the
have-
Master System.
Yeah, compare
I
that
have-
to Fantasy Zone, where if you're not using the YM2413 chip, the soundtrack is like nails on a chalkboard.
This is definitely a race to play with the FM sound chip. And I have a big weakness for Kenseidan soundtrack too. I really
Kenseiden
like
does have a
it.
very strong soundtrack with the FM.
Yeah.
All the games are actually pretty good soundtracks. I think Nightmare Basketball might be the weakest in the soundtracks, and it isn't even that bad.
No, I think you're probably right there.
We got Radman in the chat asking how everyone did on Basketball Nightmare. That is the game that he championed into the.
They did well, Radman.
Yeah.
Everybody did well.
That was pretty exciting. That was Corbett and Reddy neck and neck to 100 points, right?
Yeah, Corbett was
Like,
behind
I
pretty
mean,
heavy.
they finished like almost at the exact same second. I mean, it was crazy, particularly given that there was a very large points delta between them about halfway through that goal, but really closed the gap in the end.
So to answer the question about whether Patak is probably going to come out on top here, I'm going to say no, because Corbett is already on stage 10 of Bubble
Oh,
Bobble.
yeah. That is some solid progress.
Yeah,
versus
Corbett
Patak.
was fast.
Very fast. Patak's on stage 14, waiting for the scroll to 15, so yeah. But at least he got to bubble some bobbles a little bit longer. I know he loves this game. Jodo about to go into Bubble Bobble, so it looks like Jodo actually has either pulled ahead of Narblast, Golden Ogre
Or
Games,
maybe he took the long route, the long
or
bubble
maybe he
too.
took the other route. I
I
did not
didn't.
notice.
Yeah, I didn't watch where we stopped the SCI.
Okay, yeah, Corbett going into stage 13 of Bubble Bobble, which is actually pretty simple.
That was a good run.
Yeah.
It was very fast.
He is going to be moving on. Patak getting ready to move on to round 18 of Bubble Bobble. Golden Ogre Games and Narblast are on the last boss fight of SCI, so they'll be moving on to Bubble Bobble as well here. And let's see, we'll get over here on the other screen, our node, JKL, MSense, and ZG all on SCI. Actually,
did Betty die in Aurelius?
possibly. I only have access to the what you guys see on stream.
Yeah,
So-
I'm just curious because I know he was, he wasn't doing too bad. He was actually tied up with quite a few other people, but it looks like a lot of other people pulled quite a bit ahead.
And Corbett
Main-
just starts Fantasy Zone 2. This is the big moment.
This is it. If this game is, I can't say that it's safe. There are things that you can do in this game to make it less scary, but
That cost you time.
it may be beneficial to take it 80% fast. Slow down a little tiny bit just to make sure that you don't screw yourself too badly. 'Cause for
Yeah,
most of this game, up until I think midway through stage 3, you are a one-hit death, and
Yeah,
dying
and dying is so punishing in that one.
very punishing. So actually, Corbett probably taking a little bit more time than they would like managing around the first stage. I think he may have taken a wrong warp.
No, or maybe he's collecting money before going to the shop.
Could be. So they're gonna be doing a little bit of shopping during Fantasy Zone. So they're gonna buy a bombs upgrade. They're gonna buy a speed upgrade because you start off so slow in this game.
Yeah.
And then they're gonna be buying health potions and whatnot. And they may be buying more bomb upgrades or shot upgrades near the end, so they don't have to mash the shoot button whenever they want to shoot. It's like having a turbo controller.
I just love the artwork for Fantasy Zone as a series. It's just absolutely flexing on the NES. It's like, check out how saturated we can make these colors.
Look
Oh,
at the color
what's
yellow.
that?
Yellow.
Is that yellow?
This is the most beautiful game on the race in terms of color.
I think like stage 2, it's stage 1, definitely. The fire stage, maybe not so much.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. Yeah, fire stage maybe not. But the 5th stage is just perfect.
Okay, so it looks like Patak is finishing up Bubble Bobble on the popcorn stage.
Yeah, GG Petag. That was very fast. Still behind, but not that much.
So we'll find out now what Johto's route is, because they are on stage 12 of Bubble Bobble. So if they keep going after 13, we'll know they are also on the purple route. Maybe Patak will not be alone today.
You're never alone when you're in Sega Crew.
Exactly. Exactly. Corbett still on stage 2 of Fantasy Zone. Ready on stage 2. Yeah, looks like Johto.
Oh, Reddy just took a death. Ouch.
Ready to take a death?
Yeah, ay.
Ooh, that's
Ooh.
gonna be costly.
Johto, yeah, is doing the purple route on stage 14 of Bubble Bobble.
Let's go.
Go. More bubbles to have bobbled today. Very nice.
So, in terms of damage per second, or whatever metric you want to use, what's the most efficient weapon combination in Fantasy Zone 2 here? What are the players going to want to be getting in the shops?
It's gonna
So-
depend if they want to play it safe or not. For example, the dragon boss, the 4th boss, you have the ton, which is a weapon that falls from the sky, and only you can two-shot the dragon with this. But I'd say that some weapons are how do you call that? You can keep them forever. They have a timer, so you want to avoid those ones and keep the weapons that you keep forever. So this is the power shot and the power bomb. Obviously, the double power bomb is gonna be the strongest. But if you want to play it safe for the dragon, you have to swap weapons at some point. So this is interesting. We'll see what they do, because you have also the fireball in 5th stage to destroy all those floating things in just one shot.
Just
We'll see what they
interject
take.
for 1 second. I clearly missed it, but I think Corbett took a death.
Oh, dude.
I looked
missed
on
it
screen
too.
and he was going slow as all hell, and I think he went into the shop in stage 2 and picked up some upgrades that I don't think he would have normally picked up unless I am completely out to lunch here. And unaware of what he's been doing in practice.
Yeah,
But
and
he is still ahead.
destroyed the 3rd boss. GG. So this is a weapon that's very strong. The one he's got there.
The laser.
Yep.
Yeah. I think there was some discussion on which bomb upgrade or like ship bomb upgrade would be better. Because in stage 1, you can buy 2 bomb upgrades, or you pick one or the other. It's basically a double bomb, so like when you tap the drop bomb button, you can basically drop 2 instead of 1. That just speeds up your bomb drops. Or you can get a bomb that does more damage, but you only can drop one of them. So I think there was some discussion on which one was the better choice. When I was playing, I always went with the double bombs because I almost felt like, you know, if I could, you know, tap a bunch of bombs instead of just, you know, like one slightly more damage bomb and then waiting a bit, it felt better. But I don't actually know if there was much of a difference between the two.
Yeah, and Rodman in the chat asking if this is the first race for Golden Ogre, and I do think so. Oh, I did the Sega 8. That's said Booster Shane. Okay.
But so yes, it's his first Master 8.
Yep, absolutely.
See, it's like Narblast taking a death in stage 1 of Fantasy Zone. If you're gonna die in Fantasy Zone, do it in stage 1. Honestly.
A death in stage 1 is a reset case.
Yeah, like he is opting not to reset, but I wouldn't blame anybody if they decided to reset, because you're probably taking a death probably no less than a minute. And actually, it doesn't even look like he had been to the shop yet, so then that is no problem at all, really. Golden Ogre is going to be moving on the Fantasy Zone. These guys are still pretty close to one another, honestly.
Yeah. And ready with the best stage ever. And this is the strat. See, with the fireball, and you follow it, and you destroy all the things in one shot.
Yep. Reddy is actually have pulled ahead of Corbett now.
Yeah,
And
he got a
Reddy
great dragon.
Yeah, he should be ready to. He's going to be ready to be done Fantasy Zone here pretty soon. Let's go into the
That
shop.
fireball strategy is insane.
It's
Yeah.
huge because stage 5's hard.
This is Patag. This is Patag strat.
Reddy is ready to. I gotta stop saying that, man.
Oh, GG ready.
Hey, can you tell me who's
Wow.
on first?
Wow, this is a sub 8 or something from Ready. I didn't
Wow,
watch,
already
but
moving on to Kinseda and all.
yeah, this is insane. This is a sub 130, guys. Definitely a sub 130 pace.
See what we got over here. JKL Arnaud basically neck and neck on Bubble Bobble. Like a stage and a half difference between them. M was on the last stage of MCI by the looks of it. Jojo is done. Almost on Bubble Bobble. Hey.
And Corbett with the strat also. This is such a great strat.
It's a great stat, yeah. Shout outs to Patak, honestly.
Yeah.
So I just want to point out something kind of interesting about Kinseiden. It has to do with the palettes used. Most of the runners here will be using the US version of the game, where they changed the main character's hair color. In the Japanese original, the main character had blonde hair. They changed it to black for the US version, but that also affected the color of his pants. You'll see that the shadows on his pants are in black now instead of the sort of blondish color was originally. So I don't know why they made that change. They clearly didn't consider the ramifications of doing it. You know, it could have just been some good old-fashioned 1980s stereotyping of, oh, this is in Japan. Japanese people, they have black hair. Can't have blonde hair, so...
I'm going to go with that. That
yeah,
sounds right. Unfortunately.
That's
didn't
the
wanna flex
extent
the
of
yellow too
my
hard.
commentary about Kinsaden, other than the fact that the bosses are hard. I mean, the bosses can be particularly troublesome, at least from my casual experience with this game.
Oh, casually, this game is just impossible.
Paul, does this boss give you PTSD?
Uh,
I don't think there was nearly as much RNG in that particular wheel
No.
as
but wheel
in
bosses, man.
Shadow Dancer.
Wheel bosses.
I think we have some experienced Kinsaden runners. ZG, correct me if I'm wrong, does he have the world record in this game?
If not, he's like on his way to.
He's gonna get it. Okay. Yeah. Look at the timesheet here, because this is a pretty tough game as well. I didn't get to practice this game, unfortunately. Yeah, ZG best time 11:04. Average time was 13 minutes, which is still pretty good.
Just a very solid action game. Kinda similar to Castlevania. There are a number of games on the Master System that you could call Sega's Castlevania. Master of Darkness is the obvious choice there, but I think Kinsaden has a lot of the same DNA. Really kind of sad that there weren't any subsequent entries on, like, the Genesis, for instance. This is just one of those franchises that kind of got lost to time, and I'm very happy to see it being showcased here.
I feel like they chose Shinobi over Kinsaden.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they
Like,
decided
you're gonna,
that,
you can only really have one Samurai Ninja game, right?
yeah, and clearly ninjas are stronger than samurai, so...
Yeah. Wasn't that their job, was to assassinate samurais and stuff?
Maybe not so much samurai, but political opponents, basically whoever the powers that be didn't particularly like.
So ZG is currently 11 seconds behind world record in Kinsaden.
Okay, so I give it 2 weeks.
Yeah, which is 8 seconds behind Tak. Sakurion is world record holder, followed by Tak, followed by ZG.
Yeah, they've been killing it during practice.
So, we should mention that Corbett was our winner last year for the Master 8 in a very insane come-from-behind victory during the final boss fight of Dynamite Heady.
Yeah, oh, you... Okay.
And I don't know, could we see it again here? Because he is behind in...
It's gonna
going
depend
into
on
last
Reddy.
minute.
It's gonna depend on Reddy. If Reddy doesn't die, he's gonna win this one.
So let's see. And I believe Corbett was the winner 2 years ago as well. Booster would need to confirm that for me, even though I should know the answer.
Didn't you rate it on the Sega Crew website?
I know, but it's been like a year since I've updated it.
Bad.
Yeah,
Paul,
Shimi, it
bad.
happened in Fantasy Zone.
I mean, right now, I believe that Reddy has a pretty commanding lead in Kinsaden, so
Yep, absolutely.
barring an unexpected death, I think we might be looking at our number 1 and number 2 positions on the podium here with Reddy and Corbett. But like I said earlier, the bosses can prove to be troublesome, at least casually. But Reddy made quick work of
Yeah,
that particular.
another good kill. Another very good kill.
If Corbett can manage to bring it back, this would be his 3rd consecutive Master.
Oh man,
He won
that'd be a dynasty at
2024,
that point.
He won
Absolutely.
2023,
The Kansas City Chiefs of the Sega
Yeah.
Crew.
And he
Oh
was
man, did we just go
second
there?
to Narblast in 2022.
You know, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't mind being compared to the Chiefs, but in the instance of talking a potential three-peat, I think that's kind of cursed.
Yeah. I don't want to put bad juju on them or anything, but yeah.
Reddy could be dethroning Corbett.
He's going for it. Yeah, taking on the good and fast strat. No mistakes so far.
But I think one thing that has been definitively proven in the routing here, going for the 100 points in Basketball Nightmare, that was the play.
It was.
Yeah.
I think we probably thought that it would be the way if you could do it. It seemed to be such a challenging goal to be able to consistently get those 100 points fast enough. So yeah, they put the work in, Reddy and Corbett, and they're able to do it, and it's paying off right now. So good for them.
And a good kill from Patak. And Gnoblast just destroyed the dragon with the ton bomb, like I said earlier. This is a two-shot fight with the ton bomb.
I do not, because I am unfamiliar with the game, I do not know how close Reddy is to the end.
A few more stages. After the stage, yeah, one more stages, another boss, and then the last one. So this one is just a crossover. Now he's gonna go to the skull fight to obtain the super sword, and then this is the last stage.
Okay.
He's gonna be under 130 if
Yeah,
everything
look at
goes
that.
well. And this is
124.
This is insane.
That running slash animation sure is something.
It is. Whenever
Yeah, I
I
love it.
see it. Oh,
I
man.
love it. The
It's like
berserk.
he's just running and like swinging his sword aimlessly back and forth. while
Yeah,
he's
and you feel so strong when you unlock that special animation, and that makes you feel very safe for the end of the game. This is very enjoyable to feel Hayato become stronger and stronger.
And I mentioned regional differences earlier. I was watching JKL stream some Kinseiden the other day, and I believe he popped in the Korean version of the ROM,
Yes.
because I noticed that the map in that is of the Korean peninsula rather than Western Japan, as we see here. That makes sense because, for a variety of reasons. Number
a lot
one,
of bad blood between.
in Korea, I believe that was it Samsung that manufactured the Master System over there? I believe it was the Super Aladdin Boy or something like that, or was that the Genesis?
No idea.
Genesis
but,
was the Aladdin. And
yeah.
then they had the Super Combi for the Super Nintendo.
But that was at a time when Japanese hardware companies were still not allowed to sell in South Korea, so Sega had to partner with Samsung to get their consoles there, and certain games had their content adjusted, so all of a sudden Fantasy Japan became Fantasy Korea.
They should have done the same thing for the US release. Just
Yeah. Why
across
am I
the
not?
Midwest.
Yeah. And Reddy is on the final boss. First
Why am
phase.
I not fighting the bosses of hamburgers and obesity?
So
Come on,
And
Sega, you gotta-
final boss already.
Yep.
Samsung did make it, and it was called the Gam Boy.
Yes, the Gam Boy. Thank you.
And then they later made the Aladdin Boy. probably because Game Boy was dangerously close to Game Boy.
Yeah, and you're playing with fire when it comes to IP law and Nintendo. So
And Reddy is going for it.
That is
Two
it.
more hits.
beautiful.
That's
So-
GG.
GG's.
Yeah,
Our
ready with
winner-
looked like a
Insane.
126.40.
Incredible time from Reddy. Wow.
Official time for our winner, Ready Lion, 126.29.
Wow.
Huge.
GG.
What's his best time on the sheet?
It
Well, the
was
sheet-
close to this one.
Yeah,
The sheet doesn't account for the pauses. That's the only thing.
Yeah. So this is 5 minutes and 15 seconds more.
When you got what 40 seconds per.
Hey, bacon omelet. Looks like Reddy was ready for this race.
Boo this man. Yeah, Reddy's best time without the pause was 1:16:43. Some of best.
Wow.
So yeah, it's 45 seconds between games. You can do the math. Or get ChatGPT to do the math.
300
5 minutes and 15 seconds.
5.25 minutes. So pretty darn close to his best time.
Yeah, this is insane.
Yeah,
And Corbett is gonna be
Corbett's-
sub 130 too.
Might manage to stay under 129.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, that's a GG for Corbett.
as well.
Ooh, and look at that. That was almost. Woo, that was clutch. That was clutch. GG Corbett.
128.32 for Corbett.
That is a shockingly small amount of difference for an 8-game race. Like,
Yes.
Yeah, that was insane.
All right. Yes. Looks like Patak is in the control for third right now, I believe.
Yeah, yes, he is. He's two boss in front of Gnar. Oh, three boss.
Yeah.
Sorry. Three boss.
Sheem pointing out that we have a Brazilian winner for both Sega 8 and Master 8. Who would have thought, the country where the Master System still lives?
Yeah.
Wave the flag.
The only country where Sega still sells console.
Okay. Well, Booster, if you wanted to see if Reddy wanted to come in and talk to us, we would certainly love to speak with them.
Yeah. Let's celebrate the champ. That was insane.
I wonder if his heart's just pumping.
Well, yeah. If you give them a
I
minute.
mentioned to anyone, the racers, they just have to jump in general. So I'll keep an eye on it.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, same with Corbett as well, too, of course.
Yeah, GG Corbett. That was an insane time too. And Reddy, congratulations. Wonderful race.
I see. Yeah, I see Reddy in chat there. GG, pal. You did it. Oh yeah, and Corbett in chat too. Yep. Yeah. Okay, so we got these 5 races. Does anybody know where the others are at? So like Arnaud. and
Yeah,
Sans.
I think the screens are pretty well placed over here.
Sorry, so
But like
everybody's
it's
at
gonna be
least on
fun.
Fantasy Zone.
That looks like Jodo Satari is slightly ahead of Golden Ogre Games this point, though not very much.
Okay. I mean, him and Arnaud are pretty close to one another there.
Yeah, and ZG must have died because he have a small weapon on the third boss, so he must have some problem at some point.
Well, this is the most fun I'm gonna have today because I have to do my taxes this evening. So this is a nice break.
You gonna try to speed run your taxes?
I owe the government a lot of money this year, so I can't do that, unfortunately.
How can you owe the government money? Don't you work for the government now?
For last year.
Ah,
I know.
I mean, working for the government doesn't exclude you from paying your taxes, right?
Well,
it'd be nice.
well.
No, but you at least assume that they know how much they should be taking off your check.
Oh, that's a good
Don't
point.
pay taxes.
That's
the way
an
it works.
absolutely true and good point.
Because sometimes
And Petak is there.
Yeah. Oh, attack just finished up.
GG.
Let's go, GG.
Final time 132.55.
That's a great time. Great podium.
Really only 6-ish around minutes ahead, behind. Ready? That's pretty good.
That's a very solid podium.
Get these folks their medals. It's like, yeah, Gnar Blast, Golden Ogre, Johto. The Gnar Blast is trekking through. Let me see. Okay, no. Doesn't look like anybody wants to talk. Take a breather, guys. Take a breather.
I mean, we just spent the last 90 minutes talking a whole lot.
No, I mean the
you meant the
racers.
runners.
I don't care about us.
Come on, runners. Oh,
Oh.
I heard someone.
Heard somebody. Who is that?
Corbett,
It's
welcome
Corbett.
Woohoo!
Congrats, my man.
GG.
Yeah, I need to relax after that fantasy zone.
Oh. Robo Corbett going on.
Yeah.
On
So,
Cyborg.
this is the proof he's not human.
I missed some of that, guys. Had some echo. My
Oh, there you go.
audio is
That's
good now,
better.
though. Yeah.
Oh,
We
yeah.
good?
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
cool.
Okay.
You've turned your human voice back on.
Yes. Wow. Fantasy zone almost broke me. I thought for sure I was going to get a game over there and have to do the whole damn thing again.
So I completely missed what happened to you in Fantasy Zone. What happened?
I took a death in stage 3, like right after buying the jet engine and the weapon. So I had like the crappy pea shooter for like stage 3 and 4. I got the wings in stage 3 because that's all I could find. There's no other engines I could afford. So I played all the stage 4 with the wings.
Yeah, I don't know. I looked at something else, or we were chatting amongst ourselves. I don't know, and I lost focus for like a moment, and I looked back on your screen, and I saw that you were moving so slow, and I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
Like, that only happens if one thing happens, and I was like, oh my god, that must suck.
And because I had to buy a bunch of extra crap, right? When I got to the final boss, I didn't have enough money to buy the fireball, so I had to leave the shop and actually grind some, just kill like one group of minions to get some money, just so I could go back and buy it to kill the final boss.
But I mean, okay, other than that though, how did everything else go?
Other than that, it was great. Pretty happy with this run. Kung Fu kits are off great, fantastic. Basketball the first half was the second half. The second half had a huge bot. Got a little trouble with the key and landed losing, but that really didn't cost me too much time. Yeah, I was really happy with this. Just fantasy zone. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it was gonna be fantasy zone.
Because there was one point your lead was pretty substantial, but we were like,
Was it?
I don't recall how much it was, but it was noticeable. But we were all saying, well, first half of the race, first half of the race is pretty safe. We'll see what happens when everybody gets to fantasy zone because it could be a big equalizer, and of course it was.
Yeah, it reminded me a lot of last year's actually when it was getting me and R, right? Where I was really behind going into the final. Like I was ahead for bets, and then I was way behind going into the final game. And then I got like a really lucky final boss fight, and I won, right? But that didn't happen this time. Did not happen.
Yeah.
That was very familiar.
Yeah, I did mention that had happened last year, but I'm not super familiar with Consadin because I didn't get a chance to play it. So
Okay.
I wasn't really sure if there was an opportunity in the same way that there was in Dynamite Heady from last year, where even if you were going in behind, that you could possibly make up time. And it sounds like that in this game there wasn't really a way for that to happen, unless something tragic happened to another racer, right?
And I'm glad nothing happened. Like I wouldn't want to win because Reddy, something horrible happened, right? Reddy got an amazing win at 26.
They did.
And we have to watch that.
Yeah,
And
we will.
looks like Narblast and Johto are pretty neck and neck, but Narblast just took a death, so now Johto has pulled ahead.
Yeah, we'll give it to Narblast. He said he's not feeling 100% today. He said he didn't know if he would be able to finish the whole race, that he would try his best. Here he is, the end of Consadin. He's hugged through it. So special props to Narblast. I understand that, if you're not feeling 100%, doing something like this can be pretty daunting, but they're putting in a very respectful run here. So props, absolute props.
Yeah,
Golden Ogre Games starting to catch up a little bit.
Yeah, JKL is swinging their katana all around.
That's the proper way to swing a katana, by the way.
Yeah, just aimlessly with.
We've also got,
when you're dealing with large, sharp objects, what you want to do is flail about as wildly as you can with as little concern for the direction of the blade as possible. As you can see on Golden Ogre's screen, super effective. Particularly if you can run upstairs while doing that. If you can introduce an element of verticality along with the flailing.
But don't trip, for the love of God.
And Johto on the final boss.
Johto on the final boss. They will be our 4th place, unless I've missed somebody. Corbett. Question. If you're there. Oh, I think you're there, but
you're a robot right
yeah,
now.
we're having some technical difficulties with
okay, I can hear you there.
And
any
Johto
of these games I
just
think
finished up, and Narblast is on the final boss.
There we go. Johto.
Golden Ogre getting to the final boss as well. So, man, real close.
These 3 guys are gonna be very tight. Yeah, Narblast is done. Even though there's a bit of a stream delay. Oh, geez. 18 seconds difference between Johto and Narblast. 140-33, 140-51.
Yeah, Narblast rounding out the top 5.
And Golden Ogre is almost there.
Golden Ogre's almost
just a
there.
few more.
Oh, he's got to be careful.
And I noticed that Patak has
Oh,
jumped into the
no.
call here as well.
Patak, hello.
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 Ready?
Hold on, I gotta boost your volume in my headset a little bit. Okay, Patak. GG, third place.
Hello, thank
That's
you.
pretty good.
Yeah, very strong
Congratulations.
podium finish.
Congrats.
Yeah, thank you. That's all the time I've been doing this. I've been doing race runs from very early on, and every single run has been like 140x. And then last night I couldn't finish. I died like 10 minutes in Fantasy Zone. So finishing, getting 13x, big goals. That's fantastic for me. Yeah, really happy with that.
Hope Ogre knows about the continue code. Okay, good. Good.
Say again,
Patak,
sorry?
132. Very good, 132. So yeah, that's huge. And I've been there before too, where the day before the race, or maybe you're trying to get a little bit of practice in right before the race, and nothing is going right, and you start kind of like second guessing yourself. You're like, oh, here we go, right? And then to come into the race and then just absolutely crush it that's huge.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in theater, there was always the saying that bad final dress rehearsal means a good opening night, and I think you had a good opening night there, Patak. Now, one of the interesting things was the decision to go for the shorter route on SCI and the longer route on Bubble Bobble. Can you explain some of your rationale behind that?
Yeah, sure. So I played SCI before and I'm familiar with the game. But if I mess up with that, I really lose a lot of time. And Bubble Bobble is. I've got a really cool origin story for that. So basically, I had a little eye operation when I was a kid. And kid to the right of me brings his Genesis in. So we're all ready to cool and we play Sonic. Kid to the left of me has brought his Master System in. I get introduced to Bubble Bobble and I've been playing it for 30 years. And so this comes on the list, and I'm thinking, well, I've got to do this, I'm honouring the NHS. But I spent some time rooting out 25, and if you do it correctly, it can be quicker. And I figured if Corbett and Reddy make mistakes, I'll be able to gain a bit of time on them. It's a lovely game, I want to show it off. It's like, it sets me up to relax mentally for the final two games. And Deathless and, mid-10, you can't ask for more than that.
That's fantastic. Thanks for sharing that story, by the way. So a very strong personal connection to the game. And, I think you're right. If Reddy or Corbett had made any of the mistakes there, then it would have been costly enough to make your routing more optimal there. But unfortunately, I think that they played SCI about as perfectly as they could have, given the circumstances. But still, very strong podium finish. Really strong top five all around, actually. This was a very exciting race this year. A lot of moments where couldn't really tell how things were going to shake out. I mean, Corbett was absolutely dominant during the Land of Illusion leg of the race, and still only ended up in second after that. So just, that's what I love about these multi-game races. You just never know how things are going to shake out.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, Corbett, if you're still here, I'm going to ask you about your basketball nightmare.
Okay.
Because at one point we're looking at the score, because you and Reddy went into basketball nightmare basically neck and neck. And you both went for the score 100 points. At one point, we're looking at the score, and Reddy's got like 40 points on you. It's like, holy crap. And then we get to talking about other things, and then, a couple minutes later, we look back, and it's tied up. You both have like 80 points. Did you just get hot at some point during Basketball Nightmare?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, the way that game works is that what you want to do is score a goal, and then you want to kind of intercept it from the wolf and grab it again, and then just get it. And so continue that So take it to the side of the court and get them all the way back with it. And that costs like a ton of time. So I just had a lot of lost balls in the first half, in the first 50 points. And the second half, it was just perfect. Everything went the way it was supposed to. So yeah, I took about like, I don't know, 5 minutes for the first 50 and like 3 minutes for the last 50. So yeah, big difference. But yeah, the game is such a highly variable game, right?
It is. So, which is why it was nice to see at least you and Reddy take the we'll call it not as safe route, but the route that could potentially save the most time. And Patek, somebody else took purple route. I sorry, I don't recall who it was now. You were not alone.
Was that Yoda?
Yes.
It was Jodo, I think.
Yeah, that is exactly what
No, it was nice to see at least each route. Oh, well, 3 of the routes got used. I think yellow route didn't get used, did it?
No, I think only Reddy and I were the ones to go for 100 points.
Yeah.
And we both did the short bubble.
And Jodo in chat just confirmed that he did go purple route. So our memory is at least that strong.
Yeah, the I need to ask Booster later. Like, it's like he made he didn't name the routes, but he just made the diagram to explain how it went. And then when I made the sheet, I just named the routes based off of the color. The fourth one being brown. I wonder if he meant to choose a different color and just.
I mean, it looks more red than brown on my setup here, so.
It doesn't look very red on mine. I don't know if he was going for red. I'm not the one that's colorblind out of the two of us, between me and Booster, so.
I agree with Booster.
Okay, well, Booster,
So
I'm
this is
probably
the
the
red
only one
route.
here who actually has both of his monitors calibrated with a colorimeter, and it looked red to me, so...
Oh, get out of there. Get out of here.
And my color vision is completely normal, so...
We also have JKL sitting in the waiting room if you want to bring him in as well.
Bring him in. I guess before we get JKL in here, Corbett and Patek, any games you might, be interested in running? What was your favorite out of the 8? What was your least favorite? What are you so happy that you never have to play again?
For me, I definitely want to run Kinsidon. Like the all bosses, the
I like
80%, absolutely. I wanted to do it before, and I just kind of put it off. It was on the list, right? And now I've learned the game, so I have the opportunity. So I definitely will. And Kung Fu Kid. Definitely want to do Kung Fu Kid too.
Yeah.
And probably SCI. I feel like I gotta get a time on that too, because we basically beat the game, right?
Probably all of them I haven't
Basically,
worked with.
yeah. Yeah, Kung Fu Kid, basketball, SCI.
Nice. I mean, I came in knowing like 5 of the games already, but I've enjoyed all of them. I'm looking forward to running Golbelius as a chill little run in the summer, do a full game goal of that one. Basketball is going to be really fun to root out the winning games, see all the different tech in that one. And then at some point, I'm going to have to do a full manip run of Bubble Bobble 100 and 200 levels. So whoever likes the music of that, come to my streams and go mad with that. We'll finish Fancy Zone at some point as well, eventually, get a run. All of them. I think it's really, really nice that you've got a list with all different like little banana skins in it, but a nice variety, and the pathing has made it really cool to see some games like Bubble Bobble that most people I don't think would want to run, but they get a chance to play it and it can fit in. It's really nice mechanic.
Yeah, no, I think it's good to hear that most people liked all of the games, and hearing that you want to learn Govelius is great. Honestly, I know Corbett will be happy, Booster will be happy. I enjoy watching the game and runs of the game, so I will be happy.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna bring JKL in and see what he has to say.
JKL,
JKL.
welcome in.
Hello, hello.
How you feeling,
So-
dude?
I've got to say, for primarily being known as a Nintendo runner, you consistently crush it in all these Sega races. Like, I understand you were describing it as kind of a fast casual race today, but, being firmly in the middle of the pack for a multi-game race on a pretty short notice in terms of the practice time, that's quite a performance.
Yeah, I called it casual race because I kind of wasted like the first 3 weeks trying to get a world record in a NES game, and then I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go hardcore into this race. But then I'm also trying to fix my diet, so I was really tired
Oh no.
these 2 weeks. So I've probably done like 4 or 5 days total of practice. So, but it kind of was noticeable as well because I kind of made a lot of mistakes early on.
Well, it ended up being quite close. I mean, kind of if you're talking a second podium between Johto, Narblast, and Golden Ogre were all really close together, and you were just very shortly behind that, so managed to definitely keep with the pace. Were there any games that proved to be more challenging that you wish you'd gotten more practice time on ahead of the race, or?
Probably no, not really, because because I feel like the mistakes I did was just execution problems. I wasn't paying attention as much as I'm usually doing because I had the stream on in the background as well because I want to see how well the top players were doing, and I like for example I lost 45 seconds in Super Criminal Investigation, which you should never do, but I was just paying a little bit too much attention to the race and not to your own gameplay, sadly.
Yeah, that's why whenever I do one of these events, like, I can't have it on in the background. I've got to be focused on what I'm doing because, it gets a little too exciting at the top.
Yeah. Yeah, but I was really sad. Like this morning I practiced like Kung Fu Kid, and I was like, yeah, maybe I will grind this for world record because I got a 5:25 or something. So I was feeling pretty confident about it, and I die during the race. Like the very first game, I die and lose like 2 minutes, and I'm like, yeah, this starts off very well. And then in Basketball Nightmare, I went for the 100 goal thing, and
Oh, you did?
I'm
Nice.
usually never under like or over like 7 minutes. But the CPU were playing like crazy, stealing the ball, so I had like over 8 minutes time. And then I died in Golvelius, and then I died in Land of Illusion. But after that, I feel like it went okay. Like I had a deathless super fence zone, so I had a sub 10 minutes in that. So that's probably where I gained back time to the people that were really far ahead of me.
Yeah, I think Corbett mentioned the RNG aspect of Basketball Nightmare earlier, so you really are at kind of the mercy of what the computer decides to do there.
Oh,
Hello?
Hello, welcome in.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, not a whole lot. Narblast, GG.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I didn't think I was going to finish. I'm not feeling very well today, but we did it.
Yeah, well, you certainly couldn't tell that from the gameplay. 5th place in a very competitive group.
Well, I mean, leading fantasy zone like 3 times was a little iffy, but
hey, you know, better than having to play Land of Illusion 3 times.
that's. I mean, like the thing that was kind of a bummer was where I died. I died like on level 2, and like I've never made a backup strat for that. I always thought like made backups for like 4 and 5 because those are the ones I was dying on. So and I got completely lost like halfway through level 4. I don't know. Like I was all over the place today, but I had to kind of scribble some notes in because like with the medicine I'm on, like my concentration is kind of weird, so I had to like write down all the path. And that kind of got mixed up a little bit. But overall, it was pretty good. It's fun.
Well,
Yeah,
now
I
that we
think
have so many of the participants in the call right now, just, you know, kind of a little poll here. How did we all feel about having the routing options for the race? Yay, nay? Is that something you'd like to see other races in the future do?
I liked it because I was able to pick. I was able to not play Bubble Bobble for half an hour.
Good point.
Yo, Arnaud. Is that Arnaud? Yes.
Hey.
Welcome in. Congrats.
Thank you.
There's always a
GG,
game
Arnaud.
that about every year.
GG,
So I
thank
just
you.
figured just give people a little bit more option.
Yeah, it's a great idea too, and it shows off like different aspects of the game too, which is kind of cool for the audience, I think, right? Like you can see the grinding of Govelius, or you can see like a super fast just kill the boss route, which I think is kind of cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I like
I'd
you can kind of pick your strengths
Yeah,
and kind of work toward that. I like that a lot. That was interesting.
Yeah, balance is really nice as well. So, like basketball, you've got an aggressive goal and a defensive goal. And like start of this race, I couldn't score for Toffee, but training up the one skills you in the other. It makes it so nice that you can just, you know, if you're not feeling so good one day, you've got the option. You know, a game like Bubble Bubble that I think nobody here is going to do a full run of probably, but they're still getting exposed to it, and they've got in that they can sort of choose how deep they want to bite into the center of it. Really, really wonderful idea. Really well executed.
Yeah, I was kind of married to the longer basketball goal because I did not trust myself to grind and not forget something in Govelius. So the least amount of things possible in that game in particular, I went for. So I didn't even think about the 100-point goal.
Excellent. Thoughts, JKL?
I thought it was really, really great thing to just be able to pick goals and things like that. And yeah, I think it was really well executed as well because, like other people said, like you had the hard aggressive goal of Nightmare Basketball, which was like a minute too harder, but usually because of RPG it would be harder, so it was a risk to play that. I think like they get down so the bubble goal was harder, if I'm correct.
In the end, in theory, but I still
Yeah. So I think I really hope that you continue to do it like this because it was interesting and yeah, hopefully next time I can get a game shorter that I don't like instead of having pick between games that I do enjoy.
No guarantees.
Well, what I found interesting interesting about the format here is it definitely introduced a new layer of strategy to the race beyond just the execution side of things. Actually making those judgment calls about with this one game, so I'm willing to go for a longer goal in that based off of the assumption that I'm able to do that particular goal faster than the amount of time I would lose from picking a longer goal in another game. So that's I'm glad to hear that everyone seems pretty happy with the format.
Yeah, but it's also about like how much you wanna learn. Like for example, the second long goal between SCCI and Bubble Bubble. Learning 25 levels of Bubble Bubble is way much more time learning than it is to learn 5 stages of the racing game. And same thing for the first goal, like it's way more learning to learn how to do the grinding. So like if you have less time, you can also make decisions based on that as well, which I thought was great.
Yeah,
That's actually an
pivot
excellent
in the
point.
middle of a run.
Yeah, the thing also you have to consider that it's a plebiscite, so I'm rooting for Sega Crew to put this again in future races, but it demands a lot of preparations. Oh, dude, and a lot of discussions too, because you have to pick two goals that are relevant enough to be put in the race. So it was a lot of discussion and thinking and are we doing this the good way or the wrong way? I mean, it was tough times. I really enjoyed it.
There's a balancing act that you have to manage.
Well, excellent. All very good feedback, and looks like we've got Ems is getting pretty close to the end of Kenseiden. We've got MS Grok and Vrelis still on Fantasy Zone 2, and Fede is still on Land of Illusion here. So, still got a number of racers in progress.
Did we have some question for Arnaud? How do you feel, Arnaud? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Believe. It's
What
one
did you
of
think
those
of the
races.
race?
Oh, wonderful. I love pretty much all the games. It was so nice to learn. I fall in love with Consided. It's such a good game.
Dude, same. I never played it before,
Oh,
and that game was great.
The music gets stuck in my head all the day. It's wonderful. Fantasy Star was my blocker. I was super stressed. In total, I finished 2 rounds of Fantasy Zone 2. I was super nervous. But otherwise, yeah. Especially like this time, I have very few time to practice. I got like a moving. I got a birthday I got so many things happening in my life. I'm glad I was able to learn everything with the short time I got for practice.
Man, got all of these people who managed to, even with everything else going on in their lives, managed to learn 8 games for a race and still put up excellent times in it. Y'all are making me feel bad. The reason that I never do these races is like, I can't learn that many games at one time.
You can learn that many games in that amount of time.
No, dude, I
You
forget.
can do it.
I can't even learn like 2 categories in the same game.
What if we
Same
make 2 of the
time.
games echo?
Yep.
Yeah, Land of Illusion was already free for me. I don't know, basketball. I will be honest, basketball, bubble. I never practiced. I played one time. I finished it. Like, okay, I'm good. Glovius was also interesting, easy to learn, very easy, and Kung Fu Kid as well. Very simple to learn.
Like, Govelius, I plan on actually trying to get a full playthrough of that. That was cool. I never played that one either. That was a cool game.
Yeah, Kung Fu Kid for sure. Special Criminal Investigation, same. Finish one time, like, yeah, it's easy. I'm good. I think Kensaiden and maybe Kung Fu Kid, Kensaiden is the one I spent the most time. Probably a week, like, of just learning it and practicing.
Oh, that's a tough
Yeah,
one.
so
If you die at the end, like, that's really, really not good. If you die on the final boss.
Actually, I practiced dying on the final boss, and then from there it became very easy.
Yeah, that's rough. Like I when I started, I was getting like a whole extra. I was doing one of the temples to get extra health.
Mm.
And you got to give a GG to MSEMPS. He just finished
Yay.
up Kinseiden.
Hey.
GG.
Yeah, I don't know. Out of all of the games in this list, I would probably have to say that Kinseiden is my personal favorite, just as a casual game. But in terms of stuff that I hadn't really considered before, that I'm probably going to spend some time with now, Special Criminal Investigation, that looks very solid and definitely right up my alley. I'm a huge fan of Outrun, and a lot of the same sort of mechanics, looks like, so I'll have to give it a try. That might be kind of the sleeper for me.
Yeah, I want to finish Fantasy Zone. There's only a couple levels left, I think, after the goal. So, I mean, the game's hard. I tried beating it a little while ago, but I wasn't able to. I would like to be able to finish Fantasy Zone, though. It's a good game.
Yeah, I think it's like 8 levels or something like that. It's not too much left.
7.
7? Wow.
I will say I really like that you made at least one of the games like I would say legitimately like really difficult to finish. I think Fantasy Zone is probably the most difficult game to actually get through. And I was gonna ask why you guys picked all bosses for Kinseiden, because the way the pathing goes, like you can like accidentally miss a level. Like it kind of sucked. Like I was nervous about that. I had to like pull a map up with like arrows to remember where to go. Was it just to like show more of the game?
I think there's just a tendency with these
With the final game
races, we like to have a pretty thorough goal for the last game in order to make sure that there's, you know, something that can put some separation between people at the end, mix things up where because if it's an easy goal for the last game, then it's
then the race is determined the game before, which you don't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Actually,
all bosses is twice as long.
Well, the reason why we did it is any percent's actually a more dangerous category for a marathon run versus all bosses. Just because through all bosses you end up picking up the items and making the final battles a lot more manageable. So that's why we went with all bosses versus any percent.
Nice, that makes sense. I was hearing that with Fantasy Zone, I guess they had tried to use it in a Master 15 at one point, and they knocked the goal down like twice because people were complaining too much. I'm glad you guys didn't do that. So thanks.
Hey, can't accuse us of not learning from other people's mistakes.
Like, I think they ended up just making it to like level 2 or 3. It was like something kind of silly.
Yeah, they initially had it at beat stage 4, but then people said it was too hard, and they put it down to beat stage 3. So
yeah, the game doesn't even really get. I mean, personally, the game doesn't get really interesting until 5. I don't think. I mean, I got lost because I just wasn't paying attention, but 5 is where the speed of all the enemies start kicking up.
Wait, which game?
Fantasy Zone 2.
Oh yeah.
Like the first 3 levels are all pretty simple, and then like the game starts ramping around 4 and 5.
Poor Robo Corbett.
It's like Helios of Deus Ex, he did that digitized voice, and he's just like,
Really?
There you go.
Corbett the robot confirmed.
Really, I tested my mic. It was fine. I can join again, maybe.
He slipped up. We got him.
Yeah,
think it's
that
just
might
the
help.
connection.
There's also, depending on whether you're using the new audio backend or the legacy backend in Discords.
He's using that throat thing that Kane uses.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But I gotta get going. Thank you guys again. I know that this is always difficult on your end to like put all this stuff together, so I really do appreciate you guys' efforts. I like the format. I want to finish Fantasy Zone 2 and Govelius, and Kinsidon is probably the best game on the list. So thank you guys.
All right.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Narblast. Hope you feel
Yeah.
better soon.
Ignar.
Thank you guys.
congratulations, huh? Feel better.
Now I finally fixed my mic. There we go. Discord
that
had the
is
wrong
awesome.
mics. Discord had the wrong mics selected. That was a problem. Damn Discord.
likes to do that.
Yeah.
And it's about time.
It's that hidden ninth game tech selection.
Let's see. Yeah. Do we have any? Is Random 64 blind racing this?
Don't know. I can check his Twitch.
Go over to their. Let's go over to their stream. They are on land.
Yeah, they're doing probably a blind.
That's good. I always like there to be at least one blind runner during the race. Normally it's Infinite Mystery who takes up that role, but I guess he just wasn't around for this one. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Fed is doing exactly what I was doing when I tried to play Land of Illusion blind.
Looks like Fetty doesn't know about the shrinking power. Yeah. Ooh.
Oh no.
Oh,
That's
somebody
not
help him in
good.
the chat.
I think Fetty's also
Just
playing
squeeze through
blind.
the hole. It'd be fun if you found a glitch.
And shout out to people
no.
who enter these races totally blind, because that's a whole different kind of skill set.
Man,
Just
I love them too.
And you're dedicating 12 plus hours probably of your day to do it. Sometimes a lot more than that.
I think he's stumped.
keeping in
How-
chat right
Yeah.
now. Reddy suggesting Sega 8, but all the games are SMS ports. Well, we did that one. That one Master 8 where all the games were Genesis ports, so that'd only be fair, right?
We've done it just the opposite.
Yeah. I actually really enjoyed that Master 8 too. I thought some of those games were actually pretty good. And by some of those games, I mean Dynamite Heady.
Yeah, mainly.
Dynamite Heady punched
Yeah,
above
we
its
went to buy
weight for
more
sure.
Oh, and poor Fede.
Ooh.
Jesus.
So yeah, as somebody who hasn't played this game, how do you do the shrinking?
Yeah,
It's just
you,
down +1. Is
You
that even
think
reading
I-
the chat though?
yeah, you have to read it in the booklet.
Yeah, he might not have gotten the shrink power even.
Okay, maybe that's exactly. I would think that even by just messing around, that you would accidentally make that button combination, right?
Yeah, because you need to re-enter a stage, and that's really not what you think you need to do in a platforming game. That you
Yeah,
have to return to a stage.
Oh.
Oh, maybe
You
he,
didn't do
he
the
doesn't.
spooky
He
house.
didn't do the second water, the lake stage. The second.
No, you did the
passage.
second lake. You have to go through that to get to the castle ruins and the tiny cave. So he did that. It's just
No, you can get to the tiny cave without getting to the ghost castle.
really.
Yeah, that's
Oh, wow.
that's what I did the first time I played it blind.
Oh yeah, I never knew you could do that. I thought you had to
Yeah,
go
yeah,
through the lake. Oh wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
To me too.
So
But I knew this
so,
game. I guess apparently not.
so that's why it's so confusing. That like, oh, you gotta go back to the lake. Like, there's no indication. Well, maybe there is if you actually
I think
read.
there
but-
is.
Yeah, you have
Exactly.
to
You need
read
to read everything.
what Hawas is telling you. I
But-
don't know if Hawas is the name of the in English, by the way. The horse
But
you.
try
I
now.
mean, who reads in a platforming game?
Yeah.
I read all the manuals as a
If you want
kid.
your kid. I'm gonna try now. Let's see what this says.
On the drive home from the store, you read the manual. That was about it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it says, yeah, the water went up. I think, let me check.
There we go. He's going to the lake now. I think the lake is the only level with 2 exits though, right? So yeah.
I hate the lake stage. I totally hate it.
I know it's so easy to die there. It's crazy. You wouldn't think it would be, but yeah, it's those damn spikes are so close to the water.
I actually
Surface, I mean.
did die.
I died last night in a practice run, and I took it really safe today. But yeah, I did.
Yeah, I enjoyed your practice run last night. It was nice to hear you be a potty mouth and be human for once.
Yeah, that was a horrible run. I'm glad I got that out of the way though. So I had the bad run last night, so I had the good run minus Fantasy Zone today. Now go up, Betty. Go up.
Yeah.
There we go. There we
Oh,
go.
take the dog, come on. Take the dog, dude.
It's looking for the key, maybe.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice.
And this is a tough stage casually. This one, I think.
Yeah, this
So
was
it's
pretty rough
nice.
casually and in the speed run. Yeah, it's just so long and so easy to die. The boss is surprisingly hard too. Like the fire that kind of circles the ghost is just really hard to dodge.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Just like a lot of the games in this list, maybe it's just me, but I felt like a lot of the stuff was like moving platforms and things moving in your field of vision. It kind of messed with me.
I got a dialogue. You say, you pass slide through a tiny cavern up ahead, but in order to enter it, you have to shrink in size. There is a shrink potion in the castle ruin. Now that you fire my castle, the water in the lake has risen. You should be able to find a passage to the ruin. Yeah, it says everything. You need to
Oh, is that what Goofy tells you when you beat the dragon?
No, it's not a donkey. It's like a horse.
Yeah, this is Horace in French. I don't know his name in English.
Yeah, it's Horus
I have
Horse.
no idea.
Horse.
Like a heavy lifter horse.
The dog, right?
Really good.
Goofy. The
Oh, Goofy is the toy castle. Goofy is the one that has the cannon.
Goofy is after the king.
Oh,
After the
okay,
dog.
okay. I thought Goofy was. I thought you said Goofy on like every level, kind of like a Toad thing. Okay. I do not know this game at all.
It's
apparently.
new, dude.
I know
Cool.
nothing
Ladies
about
and
this game.
gentlemen, this man is world record.
Man.
Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know
This is
how.
still here.
We need a meme of Corbett rescuing one of
Disney
the reasons,
lore
like, I'm
there.
sorry, your Goofy is in another castle.
Yeah.
Wait, Corbett, don't you have world record in that game?
Somehow. Somehow.
Dude,
Yeah, I asked
that's like a
Corbett about
Sonic
the,
player having world record and calling them coins instead of rings.
Yeah, I asked Corbett about the key in the toy factory, and I said, "How do you set this clip up with the crane? Because it's difficult." And he says, "You let go, and it grabs it." I'm like, you don't know how to sail, do you?
Who is doing the block strategy? It's
Yeah.
very hard. Oh, okay. I thought they would disappear. That works.
He probably doesn't know how long it is, so yeah, he's playing it safe.
Those enemies respawning is a pain in the butt, though.
Oh, yeah, this is...
I feel that jack-o'-lanterns are underutilized as video game enemies in spooky areas.
Oh, nice. Good play, Fede.
One more block.
Just a coin.
Now, this is something that I don't miss from platformers of this era, the auto-scrollers. And I say that as somebody who regularly runs games that have, like, 8 minutes of auto-scroller in a 22-minute run, but,
I like the idea in this one, though. You actually control it with the buttons. I kind of like that. It's still too slow, but at least they put a little spin on it. I'll give them credit for that.
It's a great game. Even with this auto-scroller, even with the lake stage, this is still a great game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I love this game.
Are these our last 3 runners that are streaming to us? I believe they are, right?
Yeah, and there's
Yes.
Random64 who's not us. Looks like they're having even a pretty rough connection to Twitch itself. Miss Groki was doing really well, and then she died. Unfortunately.
How far in was Miss Groke?
I think pretty much where Varelius is.
Stage
Maybe
3.
maybe a stage beyond that.
I think
Yeah.
had I raced today, I got comfortable with Fantasy Zone, but like I don't think you can ever be so comfortable with this game as to just like it be safe. So I think that probably would have been my biggest fear on race day would be, you know, making it to stage 3 and then taking a stupid death or something. You'd be so mad at yourself.
Definitely the one game I was nervous about it.
I would know what that feels like, but
Yeah, yeah, no.
Well, speaking of the games, I was wondering why don't we put basketball into like not as a second game, because they were like super relaxed for me. It's like just run around when I do the 2 wins goal. Whenever I get the point, I just do nothing. That would be perfect to do like right after Fantasy Zone or something, just to relax, have a break.
We didn't
Well-
have enough of the relaxed games to go in between all of them, so typically we kind of like to do that ramp up, ramp down type of thing. But unfortunately, with the games we had selected, there's really only 2 layback. Well, I guess 3. You had Bubble Ball was pretty laid back, SCI was fairly laid back, and then basketball. We're all kind of laid back, but you can really kind of only go one after the other for so many of them. Eventually, if you don't have enough of them, you're gonna have a back-to-back, like happens in this.
Yeah, we discussed a lot about the order. We had a lot of discussion to finally have a final choice with the order of the games.
Yeah, I
But,
mean,
yeah,
you can pace it a bunch of different ways, and oftentimes, I think the pacing of the Sega Crew races is the end of the race is not usually too super tough. So this is new territory. You're basically, you know, you're not in much danger for most of the race, and then at the the very end, when you're warmed up, you're ready, you've been playing for a bit, you're in the groove, then it's like, okay, time to get serious.
Yeah, so if like we put Fantasy Zone at the start of the 8, like some people could have gotten huge leads that could never have maybe come back. And then you got people discouraged, hey, this person's 3 games ahead of me and I'm still in Fantasy Zone.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Racers, do you guys actually have stream open while you're racing?
Not me. I can
No.
only focus on one thing at a time. Like for me, if I need to look at where everyone else is on race day, then I haven't prepared enough. I can only do what I'm targeting.
Right. Yeah, when I race, I do have a tab open of the stream, but it's not on my screen. I'm not looking at it. It's just so that when I am done and I split, I can go right over to chat, and then I can see where everybody else is, right?
Yeah, me too. Exactly the same.
Yeah, I had the stream going on my TV, which is like 10 feet behind my computer. So I couldn't see it unless like I was in between games. And then I just kind of take a look and see how people were, and then I just go back to my game. But yeah, I can't watch it and play at the same time. That's I would have lost 20 minutes. Yeah.
And I'm not listening to stream too. Also, I have to focus on my games, so I cut the sound and don't look at any stream. Just look in
sound off.
playing my games.
I listen and watch.
This Rogue just got a game over again.
Oh, you
Level
listen
3, I
to
think.
JKL?
Yeah,
You listen and watch? While
I
playing?
have it. Yeah.
Wow.
And,
Wow.
And I like just mentioning to my chat how people are doing, because some are only watching me, so letting them know how the race is going and such. And
You're watching the race and you're commenting and you're racing. My God, it's amazing. It's a multitasking, yeah.
Yeah, but
you welcome me this.
But I think it helps me with nerves a lot as well, because I'm not really focusing on myself only. Like, it's something I've done like the past 3 to 4 years, and I've not been nervous for races since I started doing that, compared to like the very first races I did. I was so nervous all the time because I was only focused on my gameplay.
And it makes sense.
That's actually a good strategy. If you give yourself something to do, then you can kind of fall back to autopilot on your gameplay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I like for example, I saw that it went really well for Yodo, so I was sharing for him on my stream, because I wanted him to do really well, because I know it's one of his first races and he wanna do really good. So I was really happy to be able to see that live.
Wow, and Vriel has just had a great fight against the dragon and small weapons. GG. Let's hope he destroys stage 5. Let's go.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard.
Out of lives though too, that's scary. Yeah. No safeties.
Yeah, and this is a tough stage when you don't have the fireball strat.
Yeah, figuring out the fireball strat just made this so easy.
Yep.
Hearing all this thoughtful justification of watching the race and doing that, I screw myself over if I've got the other participants in a race open, because I think the last time I did it was when we did a race of Splatterhouse 2 for one of the Sega Ween events, and I was feeling good because I was in the lead for a while, and I wasn't expecting to be, because it was that's Z-Tox's game, right? And it was oh man, I'm feeling super good, I'm ahead of Z-Tox right now, then everything fell apart, and I was just man, now I have to watch the person who I knew was gonna win in the first place finally actually pull out ahead, and it's just like
Yeah, this is frustrating.
it wasn't good for me. I'm glad it works out better for other people.
Yeah, I guess it's an adrenaline thing. Like, I don't know. I couldn't comment on other things and just have that feeling. I need that push to be extra alert, and you can also pilot a list, but there's just an extra level on race day, and if you don't feel that, it just feels like it's hard to give your best with it.
Yeah, I would say it's a really good motivation when you like go hard into a list and you have someone to compete with. Like the last Mega 16, for example, where I was behind. What's his name? Sugritz or something, and he died at the end of a game. Like up to that point I was always behind, and like seeing like how I continue crawling back into that race gave me more motivation to just keep pushing, instead of like when I make a mistake, like I don't really know if I'm getting closer or not. So I think personally for me it's good for motivation, and when I'm doing a little bit more casual like this, it's like really good for just watching your friends, sharing them on, and just hope that they are doing good, and you don't have to focus on your own gameplay that much. Especially today when my gameplay was kinda horrible at start, so I feel glad that I watched the stream just so I could bounce back from the mistakes early on, because otherwise I would probably just have rage quit after like the 4th game.
That's a good way of looking at it. Sort of the camaraderie of everyone running up against the same sort of adversity, getting through this. And looks like Vralis has just started Kinsaden, so they're on the final game now.
I'm having a
Nice.
blast watching Fede play through the toy castle because I always take the shortcut through that the wall, right? I've never seen the full level. It's really cool. There's like a yo-yo you get to climb on. That's really cool. I love that.
There's
That's
like
another nice thing about
what do you call that? Like a
seeing more
ball?
casual routing. If you're so used to speed running, you kind of forget what the level looks like.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think in
Yeah,
this
what were you
level there's a
saying,
ball
Manuel?
where there is a surprise in it. Like there is like such a Japanese things. There is always stuff like that. Anyway, fine. Yeah, this level is interesting, the toy one.
This might be pure coincidence, but I can't help but noticing the similarity in the tile set of the first level of Kinsaden and the first level of Revenge of Shinobi on Genesis.
Yes.
Those monkey. If you don't know, like you have to just walk through. You feel
Yeah.
Kinsaden is impossible. I think that's everyone first time playing this game is like, what is this game so hard? And you end up passing this level and you don't have any life, and you continue.
Yeah, I failed to beat this game casually years ago. Couldn't do it. Yeah. So difficult. Then you get to the training level, and that's like, if you can't even beat a training level, then the rest of the game must be impossible, right? But
I mean, there have been some instances where games have just led with the ridiculously hard levels. I've heard that about Tomb Raider 3 a lot, but on the Genesis, there's the example of Garfield Caught in the Act, where the first level, as the developers intended, was supposed to be Cave Cat 3 million BC, but they actually start you on Count Slobula's castle, which is
The graveyard,
was a
right? Yeah.
demand. Yeah, it's pretty tough. Definitely, it results in a very spiky difficulty curve instead of a gradual ramp up. You know, like starts at the top of the roller coaster, then goes way down in the next stage, and it's bizarre. And apparently, that was a change that was made strictly from executive meddling. So
Weird.
Yeah.
Why would they
hate-
care,
hate
right?
that
Why would the
talking.
executives? Silly questions. Does that encourage rentals more? So, I mean, people would have to buy the game to beat it, I guess. But, I don't know.
It's discouraging rentals. Keep in mind, all these people,
Yeah,
they don't rent. They don't want you renting the game. They want you buying. Because they sell one rental and then 500 people play it. They'd rather have those 500 people each buy a copy of it.
I think what they failed to take into consideration is the number of people who just get stuck on the first level and say, man, this game is trash, and then don't buy it. So
Yeah, basically.
it's like, let me tell you, all of the games that I bought are, well, I was a child during the early 90s, so my parents bought. It certainly wasn't because I couldn't get past the first stage. I don't think I was ever like, oh man, this game's so hard. I want to buy it. Like,
Yeah, you got to ease them in, make them love the early game, and then you make that brutal hard game level at the end, so they can't beat it on the weekend rental, and then they have to buy it. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the
what I
strategy.
did.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
you gotta get the player invested in the game first.
The arcade
King-
style.
Lion King at least waited to the second level.
Yes.
Oh my
Yeah.
God. How many Christmases do you think were ruined by The Lion King in 1994?
Yeah.
Just children
Everyone
in
that
tears
stole.
at that second level.
You mean the game or the movie?
Well, both.
Yeah, both, I guess.
Because as a kid, it was a tough movie, you know.
Oh yeah, but Disney was doing that to toughen the kids up. I mean, you know, if it's a parent in a Disney movie, they're gonna die. I'm sorry, kid.
We grew up with Bambi. We can handle Lion King.
Funny, I don't want to show a Disney movie to my daughter because of that. It's like, oh, they're gonna die. She's gonna be so sad, and I have to explain her what's happening.
All right.
Oh no, she sees you die in game plenty of times. I'm sure she wanted to.
Yeah.
Kidding. I've actually never seen The Lion King. Am I a heathen?
Oh,
It's a good movie.
How is that possible?
Yeah.
yeah. How is that possible? Exactly.
Imagine Sword in the Stone, Jungle Book, all the old classics.
I mean, I'd still consider that an old classic. I was like, what, 12 when that was in theaters? Maybe younger?
I think Peter needs to watch it tonight.
That's his homework.
Yeah.
Report back tomorrow.
Either he gotta watch the movie, or he gotta beat the Super Nintendo game. One of them until tomorrow.
I mean, if
You
he's
can't
never
say the
done
end
Tiger,
word on a save stream.
if he's never, if he's
I'll
never
play the
done
SMS version. It's on my list.
Oh, I mod the board for the SMS one. And the Game Gear one. Because of the sim game.
Yeah, I gotta say, you know, if we're gonna make somebody play The Lion King, it's gonna have to be the Genesis one. I don't want them having, you know, easy mode Magic Pixel strats on the Stampede level.
Ah, that's true.
That is...
Who wants to play Lion King?
I mean, it's how I started speedrunning. Lion King Genesis was my very first speedrun.
Wow. That's amazing. I mean, that's surprising.
Just
it's
jumping
actually
right into
super,
the deep end.
super easy game once you know.
Sure.
Yeah, Paul loved it too, right? If I
I actually
remember
do.
well.
I do like the game, I acknowledge that it is incredibly tough. And as with most games, it probably gets easier, yeah, when you learn the speed run for it. But music's great, the graphics are great, the movie in itself is amazing, of course.
Yeah, the
So,
movie
yeah,
is a
no.
classic.
Make sure when you go to watch it, Tech, it's not the live one. You're looking for the cartoon
Oh,
version.
yeah.
Yes.
You're not looking for the live
Make
action
absolutely
one.
no
There is no
endorsement of live
live
action
one.
Disney.
That would
Having
be
been forced to watch the live action
Worst.
Beauty and the Beast, I wholeheartedly agree.
that would be the worst way to get introduced to the movie.
I think
But
I
man, just
saw
a
the
shout
live
out
action.
to all the 90s kids who
Yeah.
bought Disney games and proceeded to just get absolutely destroyed because they were all difficult for some reason. Like Lion King, Toy Story is
Oh, yeah,
hard as
yeah.
hell.
Oh,
That's,
yeah.
that was
Aladdin
Disney's
was
fault.
very difficult.
Jungle Book, I have trouble with that game.
Oh,
Oh, that
yeah.
one's easy too. That one you just kill yourself and go to the next level.
Okay, well,
There's a glitch in the game that works on like 3/4 of the levels where you can just kill yourself in a pit and go to the next level.
Wow.
yeah.
It's
I
pretty
wonder
but
why.
s-
I wonder why
7-year-olds are
nobody
really good at it.
mentioned Beauty and the Beast.
Because that
I
game
mod
is
the
really
board for that
hard.
one as well.
I didn't even have the West Dot game. That's on the Genesis, or?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's two on the Genesis actually. They both use
Ew.
There's Roar
Beautiful
the Beast,
graphics too.
there's Roar the Beast where you play as Beast, and then there's Belle's Quest where you play as Belle. Belle's Quest is a glorified walking simulator. There's no game. Like you're walking in the castle, picking up items. You can't kill anything. You can only die. It's the worst game ever. And then they use the same engine to make Roar the Beast, which is an actual game where you play as Beast and you kill stuff and you bosses, levels and stuff like that. That one is actually a pretty difficult game.
It
But,
is.
that is one of my other speedruns is Beauty and the Beast.
Should do a Disney marathon one day. That'd be fun.
There's
I've
definitely
got
enough material for it.
I've got a couple of them in my pocket already. We know a bunch of Aladdin runners.
We once upon
That's
a
true.
time were planning I think we had called it a Disney-a-thon. We had the layouts made. The layouts were beautiful. Didn't get enough sign-ups for to make an event out of it. But we have had that idea before, so it is there and ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, most of the Disney speedruns are so high quality. They're really fun games to speedrun. They mostly focus on the SMS Disney games, but they're just great.
Well, I'm going to engage in some exceptionally lowbrow engagement farming here and ask chat, what do you think? What kind of events should we have in the future? Are there any themes that you would like us to expound upon? Just let us know in the comments.
Like and comment and subscribe, please. No, we're always looking for new event ideas because we can make an event out of anything, but if there's something that people would be more interested in seeing, then we're always willing to listen.
Well, Booster's got a good suggestion in the chat. Alphathon.
No. Okay.
Thank you,
That was the
Paul.
most indignant no that I've heard in quite some time.
The Sonic community has an event they call a Sando, where they do Sandopolis like 10 times in a row. We could do the same thing with Alf. The race is how fast you can beat Sandopolis
Alf.
like 10 times in a row or something like that. And yeah, we could do the same thing with Alf. Be Alf 10
Now
times
let's
in a
just
row.
do Alf book percent 30 times in a row.
Yeah,
Let's
that's
have
much.
a Sonic hack with Alf in Sonic 2. That would be amazing.
I'd play it. I'd do it.
Be a weird ROM hack.
Oh, I've seen weird ROM hacks.
The coolest ROM hack I have seen is somebody recreated 1942 with the Alex Kidd engine.
Nice.
What?
Yeah, that's an amazing one. There's lots of Alex Kidd hacks with like
Yeah, I
There's a
hadn't heard
engine
of
for
that
it.
one. I knew that the Alex Kidd ROM hacking community went hard, but
That is probably the most impressive one. Just completely different. You're going to use a complete platformer engine, and you made a top-down shmup with it.
What's the name?
1942.
Oh yeah.
It's on SMS Power.
shout out to SMS Power. Like,
The Alex Kidd's ROM hack section.
just
It's not completed or anything. It's only like a level or two, but it's still really impressive that they did it, and it looks identical to the arcade version.
honestly, I wish that there were a resource as detailed as SMS Power for like Genesis or any other console, really. Like, it's truly incredible the amount of work that they put to that site. Just like, if you want to know anything about any Master System game, doesn't matter what, just check out SMS Power and you're going to learn a lot about it. And the so many people in their community are just technical geniuses as well, as evidenced by their hacking competitions every year.
Genesis has that. It's just only Sonic.
Yes, yeah.
You can get all sorts of Sonic ROM hacks. You can get all sorts of tools for hacking Sonic games, etc., etc. You can do pretty much all that same SMS Power stuff that you just said, but it's exclusive to Sonic on the Genesis.
Ooh.
I'm very glad that people enjoyed this format. I was a bit nervous when I mentioned it, and they're like, "Yeah, let's do that." And like, I hope everyone doesn't just absolutely hate this.
It's
I mean,
it's
the
a
two paths?
plebiscite for the love. Actually, everybody loves that. This is a wonderful idea.
And you know what else is kind of nice about this, about doing this, is it is another thing that sets it apart from something like, Big 20 and stuff like that. So we're not just the same thing as, Big 20, but, a couple Sega games or whatever else. We have like an actual separate format.
Yeah,
It's always nice to have choice, right, for the runners.
Yes.
One game is just a bit hard. You are focused on a different one or something like that. And I love the discussion too in chat, like about which route is faster, right? And trying to compare them and things like that. It's cool. Yeah, definitely was a good idea.
And even players that were not here in Master 8, like Zendo, who won last Sega 8. He was so happy by the idea. He was like, "Yeah, for next Sega 8, I will be there, and I hope there will be branching path again." And I was like, "Yeah, we'll have to talk about it, behind closed doors and all that." But I mean, can we officially say that maybe we'll have it, or we'll have it again on next Sega 8?
I think we
It's
gotta
a bit too
figure out-
soon.
Figure
It's
out
a bit
little
too
more
soon.
what the plan is with Sega 8 first, like what kind of, if we're going to be doing like a theming or something, and then we can kind of go from there, because it may not fit with, if we.
Yeah, we'll have to talk about it, of
if
course.
Theoretically, say we did pick, Disney, it's going to be a Sega 8 Disney, if you can't,
Oh no, please.
You know what
Oh,
I mean?
please, no.
you might not be able to work it with the theme if you don't have enough games or different types of games that would work with it, if that makes sense. So, how like we had usually when you had that choice, you had like there we go, half Disney, half RoboCop. You would if you notice, when we did those half and halves, one was like an easier game and one was like a harder game, typically. It wasn't like 2 hard games or 2 easy games when you were taking those paths. It was like, hey, you can do the short for the easy and the long for the harder one, or vice versa. You can do the long for the easier game and do the short for the harder game.
And now you got me thinking about a Disney 8.
Do it.
It's the Disney
Would
8.
would
You gotta wait until we figure out what we're doing. Is there a theme? Are we
no,
doing-
I know, I know,
Or if
but
we're, are we doing a best of Sega 8? Are we doing, there's a lot of discussion to still have behind closed doors before we could make such a decision. But I think it is definitely going to be in the mind when we are looking at things in general. So
I'll
would we
just
like
say
to
that
do it?
all the feedback
Yes.
that we've received about this format has been immensely helpful, and I think one of the craziest things was during the practice streams that I saw people doing. There was, a lot of discussion and feedback saying it's like, yeah, I wish that other races would do something like this. So that was, very,
Yeah, I don't think
validating
anyone,
in a
I don't think
way, I
anyone does
guess.
something like this.
I'm gonna drop. Need to do some groceries. Thanks so much, everyone. That was a fun
Alright,
race.
thanks for joining
Yeah,
us.
thanks for organizing it.
GG.
Looking forward. Thegathon. It'll be fun too.
Yeah.
you've got your submissions in. Everybody else get your
I did.
submissions in.
I'm gonna put more. I want to do more games.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
sure.
have some
Bring
time.
in there something.
Yeah, maybe a Mickey block. That would be nice.
Disney block.
It can be
I was
done.
proposing like a Mickey block, but Disney
Sonic
block.
block.
A what?
Okay, well, in order for us to make those decisions, we need those submissions. So
Yeah. All right.
be
See
sure
ya.
to hit that
ya.
exclamation point
Yeah,
Segathon
bye.
in command chat.
Yeah, don't make me message you and beg. You want to do
He
it?
will
on your
do
own
it.
free will. I will.
He's
do
not
it.
too proud.
Exactly. There is no pride at all.
I want that message now, so I will withhold my submissions.
I
For it now.
will craft that perfectly for
He's
you.
like, I just want Paul to slide into my DMs.
You up? All right, gentlemen. I'm gonna take off too. It is dinner and taxes time. So
The
Wishing
two
you luck.
certainties in life.
yeah, dinner and taxes.
I think it was a different D word, but it works.
yeah, close enough.
All right. Well, thanks so much for joining and co-commentating, Paul. Really made up for the fact that I didn't know any of the games. So
Well,
big,
you know,
big
I gotta
thanks.
have a purpose, I guess. All right, to the runners that are still here, you all did great today. So enjoy the rest of your weekend and hold your heads high.
See you, Paul.
Cheers,
Bye,
guys.
Paul.
Can I just put like in my submission just some Disney game and I can just choose which one?
I mean, we prefer to at least have the game.
Okay, I'll write.
I'm not gonna say that we're overly picky about the professionalism of the submission, but
I mean,
we do
what's your
have some
submission?
standards.
Where was your submission here? What did it say?
What did my Dolphin Go
Yeah.
Burr?
Yeah, yeah, Dolphin Go Bear.
Yeah, I mean, what more do you need?
What if
See, that's-
Groundhog Day were Japanese and about repairing God?
Yeah, that's. I mean,
That made me laugh.
you watch that run of Baroque, and after it's done, you tell me I'm wrong.
No, I know you're right. That's the thing. I do know you're right, but it's just the description is. Yeah. And then sometimes dying is faster than being good.
Yeah. For any percent, it's absolutely true. Being good at that game is way slower.
Why? Log it.
And I'm taking a look at Kinsaden, Vraelis's stream right now, and what strikes me about the bosses in this game is, I mean, Sega were just the absolute masters of like the big guy boss. You know,
Yeah.
be it any of the bosses in this game or in the Shinobi series. Like, I mean, Ken O in the first Shinobi game. It's like, what is he? He's just like, he's a big guy. It's like, oh yeah, he can shoot fire from his mouth, but you know, more
Well,
importantly, he is large. And I kind of miss that in games. There are some games that still do it, just like have the boss be several times the size of the player character, but I think this era from, you know, like mid 80s to mid 90s, that was kind of the golden era of what's the boss gonna be? I don't know, just like a big dude.
Worked.
And looks like if I'm not mistaken, is this getting towards the end of Land of Illusion for Fede?
The last stage.
Yeah, just going through it the long way, but it's probably the coolest stage in the game if you play the whole thing.
I mean, that's kind of exciting to get to see it now. I mean, I thought that the floor clip was rad, but I'm guessing there's like zero way that you were ever going to do that by mistake. So,
Oh, it was the
Ooh, so close. Checkpoint. Yeah.
yeah, that one hurt. Come on, Fede.
He's moving left with the spring there for a second. I thought he might have known, but yeah, I guess not. It's really cool. You have to bounce at enemies up. I don't think any other level makes you do that.
unfortunately, looks like we have a DNF for Vreelis.
Oh no.
GG making it all the way
Oh,
to
that's what I.
Kisaden.
Oh,
7 out of
I
8
see.
games complete. That is very solid showing. Thank you so much for participating in the race. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, GG, man.
Hands are all dead.
Dash Pass saves you money on DoorDash, so you can skip the trip to the grocery store and focus on what really needs saving.
And I love, you know, the joys of capturing from Twitch,
Yeah,
including
MS
embedded
Group of the
commercials.
commercial.
Hey, I was watching that.
Hey, you know, I'm not sure what the connection between axe throwing and DoorDash is, but
I was interested still.
maybe food delivery is way more exciting than I thought it was.
This is something you gotta live to understand.
I just hope
Delivery.
No Diggity's not in last place this year.
Isn't No Diggity at Faust's place right now? How is he even doing this?
He is. He is not even in the state right now.
One of my favorite things about Fantasy Zone, which I should have mentioned during the race proper, but I'm thinking about it now, is that the player character is not, inside the ship. The player character is the ship. Opa Opa is like a living spaceship being. It's like,
I mean,
it's why they
it has
got the
legs
feet.
and
Yeah.
wings and.
That's a good point, and that's a GG for Fede.
Excellent.
So that's how you're supposed to get to that door.
Yeah, I never saw it. He's gonna cruise through SCI, pretty sure.
I feel like this image of Mickey holding the bean is some prime meme material. Think that you could do some quality
Yeah.
fun posting with that.
You have some potential over there, I agree.
All right. And at the risk of entering into some dead air here, I'm going to take a moment to see if I can't find a way to make sure we don't get interrupted by any more ads on the Twitch stream.
I'm just trying to do my submissions, but apparently it does not work properly on mobile. Will not let me select Sunday.
Oh, another tough game over. This game is so hard.
Oh, apparently, Onegus got compromised in February. FYI, everybody. If you share any passwords on your Onegus account, you might want to change all of them.
Yes, that is a good point, and also score one for all the lazy people like myself who just logged in with Twitch or Discord and never made a proper account.
Oh, it's actually kind of neat though. I never realized this is. We're on the main page of there because we have an open submissions event that is recent.
That is good to know.
Yeah, so like if you go to the web page and you scroll down, it shows live marathons and submissions that are open. and so we're listed just shortly down the list. So that's neat. I didn't realize we were getting promoted on the front page.
I should probably be heading off myself too. But yeah, thanks guys for putting this together. Lots of fun as always. And I think this was missed in my robo voice there, but congratulations, Reddy, for doing such a phenomenal time. I mean, 126 is incredible. Really cool to see that. I'm looking forward to watching this run back later tonight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thanks for joining us.
GG
Absolutely.
Corbett. That was
so much.
an insane race.
Yeah. This one was a lot of
Insane
fun.
time,
Yeah.
128. Congratulations.
Thanks. I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to next time. Yeah.
Right.
Take care, guys.
No.
So Petak, if I'm correct, wasn't it your first Master 8?
It was, yeah. Like, I tried
Hmm.
to enter last year, but there was a certain
thought
game
so.
called Mortal Kombat that messed me up a bit. So, nice to finally get one done.
Yeah, you did great for your first one as well. We had quite a few first timers that did pretty well.
Yeah, third place. GG.
Thank you. Yeah, I predicted a while ago that I would end up having a Master 8 where I knew a bunch of games, just because I run lots of Master System games. So, yeah, I looked out hard.
It was bound to happen.
But like, I've done a race before this, which was 14 games, so at least I had some familiarity with like what I was getting myself into, which I guess helped.
Luckily, we only do 8. We're not that crazy.
Yeah, more than 8 is so long. Yeah. We talked about it earlier. But yeah, Mega 16 was such a long race.
We also polled everyone, and everyone said that they prefer to keep it at 8 instead of 16.
Yeah, because obviously you need a lot of time to learn all these games when you have 16. I mean 8 can already be long, but 16, man, this is too much for me. This is why I never raced in any of the Sega 16 actually. This is way too long. And I'm concerned about Miss Gork here. Because Fantasy Zone 2 is so hard.
Yeah, and then she still got Sidon after that as well. But she's doing good for being new to all of this.
Mm-hmm.
She's never been in one of these events. She's never played any of these games.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, I know, doing great.
Yeah, I have no fear for Fede because he's a familiar with blind races. It's not his first at all. He's actually have some races where he played like, I don't know, 20 hours or something. So I have no fear for Fede. He's gonna make it, no problem. But since this is a first for Miss Grog, I'm afraid she might be quitting or something. So yeah, let's watch this. Let's keep watching. Come on, you can do this.
Honestly, regardless if she keeps going or she quits, she's put in the time. She's put in the effort. I mean, we have 2 other DNFs that.
Yeah, this is a
before.
GG. Anyway. And that's because I want her to finish. I think that's why. I mean, even if it's been 3 hours, I'm still enjoying this. And this game is so beautiful. I mean, we said it 10 times already, but I just can't get tired of it.
Yeah, the artwork and the colors are really, really, really good in Fantasy Zone. And I think that's really one of the biggest things it's known for.
Yeah, and with the FM sound chip, this is really a joy to play, as hard as it is. And Fede is in stage 3, so we're gonna see if he keeps going on SCI or if he takes the long bubble.
All right, everyone. It has been fun, but the time has come for me to step away here. It was a lot of fun getting to see all the action. Huge shout outs to Reddy. Just absolutely fantastic performance. And to all the other competitors, GG as well. We're going to stick around here for everyone else to finish up, but as for me, I'm gonna be heading out. So thanks for hanging out, thanks for watching, and if you want to submit to Segathon, be sure to get those submissions in. We'd love to have you join us. So until next time, take care, everyone.
See ya, Grims.
Yep.
And thank you for the comment, of course. You were great as always.
Well, I think my work here is done. I've got some donuts waiting downstairs for me. Thank you all, guys, for the work you put in. Wonderful race. Hoping to do this again next year.
Yeah,
Thank you,
Congratulations.
Petak.
It'll be a good time.
GG.
Starting to run out of games.
On the road to 100. Still got plenty left.
Yeah, so I mean, we don't want to put trash in there though, or at least we don't want to put too much trash in there.
Thank you all. Good night.
Good night.
See ya, Petak. GG. They might be in trouble. Is he gonna clutch it out? Maybe. Come on, come on. Come on.
I think you got it.
Oh, nice. 0 on the timer. Clutch as hell. Oh, Rylis. Oh, yeah, that's a tough hit. Yeah, it was in the rule, I think. Continues are allowed.
Yep, for sure. We want people to be able to finish.
Yeah, and Fede keeps going, so he's gonna play the short bubble. So it's only you and I now, Esther. I mean, do we have something relevant to say
Well,
since everybody is gone?
I'm trying to fill out my submissions for Segathon right now. Actually, that's why I'm so
That's-
quiet.
That's actually very relevant.
Yeah.
Put your
that's
submissions in. Come on, chat. We need you.
Yes, if you don't
We
have
need
a
more
submission
people.
in and you have a speedrun that's anything Sega, it does not even have to be on a Sega console. As long as Sega published the game, it qualifies.
Speaking of that, I would be actually very hyped to see like a Total War speedrun. Something like that, like a new license from a new franchise from the Sega editions. I mean, Football Manager, of course, is not a very speedrunnable game.
Hey, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
You know?
Like I said,
What have you submitted, GC? I still haven't submitted either. I got to do that next week. What about you, GC? Are you going to submit anything next week?
I still ain't sure. I mean, we spoke about it, and I have a lot of work to do, and I'm still not sure.
It doesn't have to be a top run. I mean, I know you put some time into Kinsaden. You could always do Kinsaden, all bosses. Nobody submitted that. A lot of cool stuff that we both could do.
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
Okay.
We'll figure out something. Let's say that.
Love it.
Let's say that we'll figure out something.
We always do.
What are you gonna submit, by the way?
So I kind of like to wait because I don't want to submit something that someone else might submit. I can always kind of adjust. So right now, depending on how much time is left, I got one really long game, I got one long game, and then I have a short game. So I could do Golden Axe Warrior, which would be like 2.5 hours because I'm not great at it. I could do Golvalius, which is about 1.5 hours because I'm not great at it. And then I could do Alicia Dragoon, which is about 20 minutes because I'm okay at that. So depending on what the schedule, I can pivot.
That Game Gear game that you've been working on.
Oh man, I also kind of had that thought. I haven't played that in such a long time, and there's some stuff I kind of want to get back into and figure out. I just don't know if I have time that I want to put into that game. So, I'll kind of wait on that one.
Just a neat game that I've seen you grinding away at.
I think you're talking about the anime-ish one, the Zinky
RPG or Japanese or something like.
It's a platformer. You'd love it, GC. I wish it wasn't Game Gear exclusive.
I was thinking about something else, like the RPG on top-down view on the Game Gear you were playing also.
Oh man, I like to play so many. Which one is that one? That one's the we had it in a Game Gear 5G race.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly. That one.
What was that one called? That one's called
Sylvan Tale, says Patak.
Yeah, Sylvan Tale. Thank you, Patak. I love that game. There's a glitch that I need to learn so I can speedrun it. It's a longer one, so I just haven't had time to really do the things I want to do gaming wise. But in the future, I will.
Yeah, we are busy people.
Absolutely. But to dust something off, I can do that, but to learn something new is a little bit tougher. That's why I just kind of want to pull something for Segathon that it's been a while since I've run that, I can just kind of dust off and submit it and have fun with it. There was the Phantasy Star 4 randomizer. Maybe I'll submit Phantasy Star 2. I love that game, but I don't know how much people like to see me just counting to 30 in my head as I go through an invisible menu. But maybe I'll submit that. We'll see.
Out of it and count it out loud.
I have to. I'm not a very smart person, so I have to count out loud. My big strat for turning Phantasy Star 2 around that got me PBs was instead of counting to like, you got to count to like 38 or something. So instead of going, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, I'd go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so that's how my intelligence level, that's peak intelligence for me. It was that strat was like, oh, that's a breakthrough for me.
I don't think it's bad actually. It's consistent. If you think
Yeah,
about it. It's
absolutely.
way more consistent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
You only have one double syllable, and a lot of times I'll just say sev. So that's really the big thing is it's only one double syllable, and you can cut that down.
For sure. But yeah, as I mentioned, anything that Sega's had their hands on basically applies. So as I was talking about in the Discord, technically, Angry Birds counts. If you want to speed run Angry Birds,
how would we capture that? That's Grimm's over there going, "Oh my gosh, how am I going to capture mobile?"
We'll figure it out. But I'm just throwing that out there. Something like that even technically qualifies. I guess if you really got down to it, they owned Relic Studios when they were coming out with Company of Heroes, which is an RTS game on the PC.
You mentioned one before that, the hospital one. Which one is?
2 Point Hospital.
Yeah, that I would geek out on something like that. I will admit, those are the type of games I like to play. I would geek out on that.
Did you ever? Were you familiar with Bullfrog Entertainment?
Probably not. I mean, I probably know their games, but I don't know them off just their company name.
Theme Hospital, Theme Park.
Then of course, absolutely.
2 Point Hospital is a spiritual successor to Theme Hospital.
I love it.
This is Sega.
Sega owns the company.
Yeah, this is edited.
Atlas, right?
Yeah, like I said, yeah. So I didn't know the 2 Point series where Sega edited. Wow.
They weren't originally owned by Sega. Sega bought them.
Sega bought them. Like Total Wars, Football Manager, like I was saying earlier.
Yeah. So, but yes, they technically own the 2 Point Studios, which has made 2 Point Hospital, and they also have 2 Point Campus, which again is the same idea, but you run a school camp. So it's all really silly things that are going on. In Theme Hospital, you had to cure people with big head syndrome, and they'd come in and your doctor would pop their head because their head was just inflated, and then they'd pop it and they'd be flat, and then they'd use a pump to pump it back up to the right size. For example, it's just all really, really silly things. You got Invisible Man, so he's got to go to the pharmacy, and the pharmacy's got to whip up something to give to him so that he becomes visible again. It's just all silly things. So I'm assuming that the campus one is going to be very similar in that regard.
That makes sense. That'd be fun. And something like that, even if it doesn't necessarily have to be a speed run, like I've said before, as long as you have or have a goal. If it's something like that, that's obviously something you're not going to be able to beat. But if you have a goal in mind and consistently can do it in a time that you can tell us, then submit it.
Yep. Well, in a game like that, they usually have missions that you can do.
Oh, perfect.
So you're given a plot of land with a couple buildings on it, and being like, hey, make this much amount of money and treat this many patients. And that's when the level kind of.
That would be super cool.
So there's stuff like that, but I'm just throwing out ideas for people that think, oh, anyway, I've got nothing to submit to that. I was like, Sega has their hands in so many things besides what they actually push out themselves that technically qualifies.
Absolutely.
And this is one of the few events we do where that would roll into. We're not exclusively to the Genesis for this one. We're not exclusive to the Master Dreamcast. Anything goes at Sega.
There was a couple deep cuts that I've taken notes of that, maybe I probably wouldn't ever play, but I think I remember there's a couple Marvel games they did in the mid 2010s.
Really?
Let me see. I'm pulling up my list here. It was definitely on a next-gen console. Let's see, I'm pulling up my list.
There's a beat 'em up of with Spider-Man. I'm pretty sure about that on the Genesis.
Well, yes, Sega owned video game rights to Spider-Man for a bit. That's why when they.
So there was a Captain America Super Soldier on 360. For whatever reason, that's in my Sega Crew notes. I don't remember why I put that in there, but there's some sort of connection.
America.
Super Soldier on the 360.
Let's see. Super Soldier 360. What can the internet? Developers, Next Level Games. Published by Sega.
There we go. So
Sega logo in the bottom right-hand corner.
it surprises you that the games they have touched that are out there.
Oh, for sure. That's why I was trying to tell people. I'm going as wild as Angry Birds. To say, hey, like there's so much out there that you may not even realize Sega has their hands in. So it might even just be worth looking at what they own, and finding out. Oh, hey, they own this. What was one of the ones that somebody wanted us to submit here? Because they're like, hey, Sega owns this, and we're like, yeah, go for it. There's another good example. We had Skies of Arcadia on the GameCube one year because Skies of Arcadia is a Sega game. Oh, we gotta bug Jerry for some FMV game submissions.
Mm.
Maybe some Sega CD FMVs. Yeah, Grimm's gonna submit Demon Souls on PS3 because it's published by Atlas.
Perfect.
I mean, I'm kind of just hearing him for that, but he joked about it.
I'm gonna edit his submission and add that to it, and then schedule it and be like, it's right here. I don't know what to tell you.
You even said it in the Discord. Faye Victus was asking, hey, are Atlas games allowed? And yes, because Sega owns Atlas.
Yeah, so Shin Megami Tensei or Persona games. Wow.
That's exactly what he wants to submit. It's Shin Megami.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm totally on for that.
Yeah, so like I said, you can get wild with it as long as Sega has their hands in it in some way. We're definitely open.
There was and I'm sure this happened a couple times, but this is the one that comes to my head, is during the FMV marathon. We had like a dropout or something, and I can't remember. And someone was like, well, I can play another FMV game. And we are like, sure. And they were like, well, it's not Sega or anything. And we're like, okay. Play it. Go ahead and play it. That's Cyphern's done that before. He played that Spider-Man game, and he was just like, man, Booster, I'm really feeling this game. I can't remember I think it was for Sega Saturday.
Yep.
And he played a few Sega games, and he was like, hey, I'm going to go to my stream and play Webbed, is what I think it's called. And I was just like, just play it. You're already live, Yeah. So we're very loose when it comes to our rules that we implement.
Well, and if you think about it, Sega owned the right to Spider-Man property video games. So I mean, we're
yeah, that's right.
It, but,
yeah, we can make it work.
Yeah. So I mean, you can we can stretch.
We're good at that.
One of my other best examples was Halloween, and somebody played Garfield Caught in the Act because it has a Halloween level. It starts off with a graveyard level.
Hey, that inside the TV level is kind of spooky too, with all those shadows.
Yeah. So that's usually one of my favorite examples to tell people that we're flexible. What else? They own Rovio, Relic Entertainment. They technically don't own any. They actually bought themselves. So Relic owns themselves. which is actually really cool. They were able to do that. Oh, that's something nobody's really done is any of the Yakuzas.
Oh, didn't
I
it
played
happen?
Like a Dragon for Sega Saturdays, but it was just casual.
Yeah, and then I think we had someone else when one of
You
the
know,
Yakuzas came out. He played for a couple hours on the end of a stream, and that was about it.
that's a great. Even I don't know the speed run of that game, but just to get it included, there's so many mini games in that game. I'm going to submit something from Like a Dragon, a mini game, whether it's maybe the recycling can. I'm doing something. I'm glad you mentioned that.
Beat the minigame, but have the getting up to that minigame be part of it. You know what I mean?
That might be a little more difficult. You got to get through so many cutscenes.
I guess it depends
Oh
on
my
the
lord!
game you're talking about too, right?
Can you even skip those? The recycling can's really early on, so that's true. I'll fire it up and see how long that takes.
It just kind of bring more of the game instead of just loading up the minigame, and people actually get to see a little bit more of the story and like.
What I might do is like a combination of mini games, so I can go from one area to another, and show off a little bit more, and that way I don't have to start from the beginning either.
Yeah, and then you don't have to worry about all the cuts.
Yes, it's a lot of those, which is fine. Whatever. I'm not complaining. It has a great story. There's some very nice twists.
If anyone else besides Radman owns a Sega Pico, feel free to submit.
We've had that. Someone submitted last year. Grim was just talking about that. How he had to create a new capture scene specifically for their Pico run because it had a third screen.
Oh, really? I thought Radman was the only one that.
He had also done Pico, but yeah, last Segathon, I think during the Sonic block. So I think it was a little early to maybe like 7 a.m. your time.
Okay.
So yes. So Pico. What's that?
Creative Assembly is another company. So they've done things like the Shogun Total Wars, or whole Alien Isolation technically counts.
Yeah, we've had that during Halloween streams. Gawk is a big fan and has done that a couple times. I remember on this, I think this was early on, but there was a Sega-ween, Gawk was playing Alien Isolation, and then like the next day, he had another, game he was going to play, and instead he was like, no, I'm just going to finish where we were at on Alien Isolation. I was just like, yeah, that's awesome. This game is great.
Yeah, that's a great game.
Yeah, it is.
Hyenas, that one was cancelled though, but that's technically a Sega game.
Ooh.
Halo Wars 2 is a Sega
What?
It's made by
Really?
Creative Assembly.
There we go.
Sega owns Creative Assembly. What else we got in here? I thought they did Warhammer. I think there's a Total War Warhammer. They don't actually do. But again, just more examples of things that technically are Sega and that people can submit. I have no clue who Hardlight is. One thing I'd really like to see again in one of our events. I'm not sure if you remember when we had Set Radio Future, the multiplayer mod.
Oh yeah, that was great with the 4 screens and they were all working together. That was great.
I loved that. I keep bugging Broby about that.
Man, Broby, every event he's just you can get on. I'm not familiar with either of the Penguin games he submitted, but every year he brings something that I'm just like, whoa, this is amazing.
Yeah. So I bug him every once in a while, being like, hey, that 4-player Xbox Jet Set Radio Future was pretty damn cool.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be cool if we had that again, because I don't think there's a lot of new people that haven't. Valkyria Chronicles 4 was developed by Hardlight Studios, owned by Sega.
Do we consider F-Zero GX to be a Sega game?
Yes, we featured it before. JKL's played it.
We did it already. Oh, okay. I
And
see.
Fede is about to finish off CSI and join Miss Group on Fantasy Zone 2 there.
No, Bubble first.
Oh, Bubble, that's right. Yep.
Yeah.
I've already forgotten.
To make the short goal of Bubble.
Well, I have his game audio captured so everybody can enjoy some more Bubble Bobble music.
Yeah.
I know Grim's probably somewhere going, I'm glad I left.
I don't understand his hate for Bubble Bobble. I love Bubble Bobble.
It grew on me a lot.
It's got a nice soundtrack, really easy for anybody to pick up and play. It was one of those games like Miss Pac-Man where it could draw in kids, adults, males, females. Like it was just very universal.
Yeah, and Miss Pac-Man was in the discussion, if you remember well, in the very early beginning of the preparation. It is
is continuing. Maybe they're trying to submit. No, this is stage 6 here. This is the end of the game.
Oh,
this is a great example.
Someone telling him he made the goal.
Yeah. This is a great example of why we didn't include stage 6 coming up here. Fede's going to demonstrate it.
Running into everything.
We'll just yeah.
Anyways, so
we'll see if he moves on. Okay, yep. He knows.
Okay, perfect.
Although he went to Fantasy Zone, and like you said, it should be Bubble Ball.
Bubble, yeah. Bubble first.
Is he listening to me? There we go. Okay. he's got our stream up, and he's just like, Booster, stop talking. You're confusing everyone. You got it.
Yeah, so the people that did F-Zero GX is the same people that work on Like a Dragon. Interesting. Binary Domain, I think I have that.
I would be hyped for some Puyo Puyo showcase or something.
Yeah, Puyo Puyo's in there.
Oh, it's submitted already, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Puyo Puyo.
Perfect. Love that.
Yeah, I believe it was Shiva, and Shiva's done a few Puyo Puyo showcases. They're obviously a big fan.
Yep. I think we even let them play on a Nintendo console.
Yep, I believe so.
Oh, never mind. Sharif did submit. He submitted Axe Battler.
Yeah, Sharfer submitted quite a few things.
Wirehead and Cool Towns. Those are going to be cool.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, all those are getting in, without a doubt. Gotta see them all.
Cool Town is a very unique Japanese-only rhythm game.
Never heard of that.
And also with Wirehead, Pulse Saltine submitted Night Trap. So we'll have at least 2 FMV games right there. Maybe we'll get some more, have a little FMV block.
FMV hype.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Broby submitted Pen. That's ugly game. That's an ugly game. That was one of the first Dreamcast games I ever played growing up.
Oh, that's awesome. You know, when we've been doing
Wasn't
some.
awesome. It put a bad taste
Well-
in the mouth for Dreamcast.
Well, I'm excited because, you know, we've been streaming so many years now and so many events. It's very rare when we get a first time submission. And that's one of those games. I've never seen it before. This is going to be the first time it's been on Sega Crew.
Typing the Dead Overkill by Hammerkick. That's going to be the first time that's been on. We've had regular Typing of the Dead, but we've never had Overkill.
We have had House of the Dead Overkill. So it's cool. Now we're getting the Typing of the Dead Overkill now.
Wow. This is some serious gaming. I mean, some serious typing, obviously.
It's an overkill of typing.
Shiva submitted Puyo Puyo N on the Dreamcast. We got a newcomer submitting some Streets of Rage 2.
Crazy Kong. Oh my goodness. This streamer, I mean, I hope I'm following them because everything they submitted, it's like, yes, give me more. Landstalker, Light Crusader, Crusader, Sentry. It's just like, yes. I got to message them before I make the schedule and be like, hey, can you do all three? Because I want all three of these in here.
Oh, you got to see what they
Let's go.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You're here and here, so this is what you're doing.
You're right. You said you were free. Now you're locked in.
Yeah. Another one. The very first submission we had was Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Mm-hmm.
So that's gonna be cool. Viper UK is coming back with some more racing stuff. He's doing the Outrun 2006.
I think this is his third Segathon in a row, maybe fourth too. It's great to see Viper continuing to submit. I love that.
Yeah, Mr. Nianta, they submitted two Streets of Rage 2, and I don't believe I've seen them around before. So we're getting some new people submitting, which is always
Absolutely, just making the community even bigger.
Yeah.
Lolo's first event that he's taking part in since he's joined in the Sega Crew. He submitted Sonic Blast.
Getting some more Game Gear.
Yeah, which I believe he's now the world record holder for that game.
Nice.
Love it.
But yeah, everyone, get your games in. There's no excuses. You've heard how many different games and whatnot you can submit. If you have not submitted yet, get in there and submit something. Squilly Bob. Someone mentioned Squilly Bob in the chat.
Yeah, he actually dropped down to sub.
I didn't see a submission by Squilly Bob, and just throwing that out there.
Well, he agreed to do some tech, so I was going to reach out next week to. There's quite a few people like Squilly Bob, JKL, Patak. They all agreed to do tech, but
Oh, that's awesome.
you haven't submitted. Come on, you're already going to be available that weekend.
Yeah, you're already gonna be on there, so you might as well play something.
Yeah, right.
That makes perfect sense to me.
You know, and the people that don't have webcams, this is a big reason why I usually don't have a webcam during Segathon. Any of the tech guys, like Squilly Bob, JKL, I mean, I can put their run during their shift. You know, they can easily, do both if they want to, if that works for them. So then, there's overlap, there's less time. Hey, we're begging. This is what it's come down to. I'm on my knees right now, everyone.
We were so overwhelmed last year, and now we're like, hey, can we get some more submissions, please?
And I know a lot of it's because Master 8 was pushed back so much further. Master 8's that's a big reminder. And when we do it early March, it's like, oh yeah, that's right. I better submit. Now that it's late March, or April, it's like it's submissions in next week or whatever it is. But they don't really ever end. If we have room, we'll make room.
Yep. So I've submitted Beauty and the Beast so far. Nobody else ends up. If we don't get a bunch more submissions, I'll probably throw some other stuff in there too. But I'd prefer if other people put some games in there too. You can only run the same games in Segathon so many times.
Yeah, it's always cool to have new games we never had.
And I know that's sometimes what holds people back too. It's like, oh, I've already submitted all these games, so
Yep.
Sometimes that discourages people. But we also just like to have people return, because it's always fun to have familiar faces, and like I was just celebrating Viper returning for the third or fourth time. It's great to have that constant. And so, if you feel bad that you don't have something new, don't worry about that either. I can't remember every game in every Segathon.
Yeah, it's difficult, well, especially with how long it goes too, right? Like there's so many games here. But Willy Bob, I'm gonna be watching. I'm gonna be watching for a submission from you. I know you got some Sega games.
And correct me if I'm wrong. It was a couple years ago. Did Squilly Bob? Did they win Sega Jeopardy? Or was that Sheen? Did Sheen win?
Sheen won.
Sheen won. Okay.
Yes. Still gotta get a shirt to him. I'm making a new Sega Crew design. I've got a couple things I've been playing around with. So he's gonna be the first one to get one of those with his name on the back of it.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Customized.
I got a multicolor setup now, so I can do the full 3 or 4 different colors all in one go, instead of having to be
And
single color limited.
And Fede just finished off the short goal. I'm sure this is where they're going to check out, because we saw. Oh yeah, of course, we saw them do CSI 5.
Yep.
So now they will be going on to Fantasy Zone 2.
If he has better luck. This would be a rough one to go into blind, actually, now that I think about it. Really rough.
Yeah, there just came a point. I like to make these races as friendly to blind racers as possible, but when it came to Master 8 and SMS, just the library of really good games is so small, and marathon safe games. And there came a point, and it was this one, Master 8 number 5, where it's like, okay, we're gonna have to, pull up our britches and put some pretty difficult goals on this.
You're either recycling stuff that you've done before, or you're, as I mentioned with Attack, I was like, there is a point where we run out of good games. We're like, it's either we start recycling or making up themes and stuff like that, or start just giving you actual trash games, which we don't want to have to do. We want you to enjoy it. We don't want you to hate it.
Yep. At that point, maybe you just take a year off and reboot.
Yep.
The SMS 12, and then just do a brand new race.
I also think this formatting can help with that too, though. That's going to bring even games you've had on before. This
I agree.
Adventure type thing can bring life into games that you've had on there. So there is potential with that as well. But it does sound like people want this format to come back, so which makes me really, really happy. Like I said,
it was a really great idea, and You
I
know,
was
I'm
just
happy.
worried people weren't gonna like it. That was my big thing. They're gonna hate it, and then this whole year's Master 8 is just gonna be a mess. But nope, everyone liked it, so it's good.
I think I mentioned this during the list reveal, but I was, as soon as Esther mentioned this, I was all about it, and I put in the extra effort to make sure that, you know, the challenges evened out and made sense, and you know that's why GC mentioned it before, why we butted heads so often and went back and
Yeah.
forth. But I just loved this idea so much and wanted it to happen so bad. And then, you know, it's finalized. It's the list reveal day. I wake up and immediately I'm like, I made a terrible mistake. What was I thinking? This is awful. You know, and I would just completely started doubting myself. And so to get positive feedback, it's like, you know, I knew that. Of course.
Yeah, no, so it's good, and like I said, I think it's another thing that sets us apart from something like Big 20, which is another cool thing.
Well, what sets us off from Big 20 is like we're a 5K, and the Big 20 is a marathon.
Yeah.
You know, it's like that's. But you know, I also think because, oh man, don't hate me, but you know, it is the NES that their library is so stacked with games that you know they could do that format forever. But you know, versus like with like Genesis, the games are longer, and in a lot of cases are just very difficult with either lack of continues or, you know, the whole rental era of games was that Genesis era. So, you know, it kind of suffers from that. There's a lot of times where it's like, oh, this is a really hard game. I'd love to put it in, but maybe not.
You mentioned how big the NES library is, but they're still recycling and using ROM hacks at this point now.
That's true. You know, Metroid's probably been on there, but I don't blame them because that's a great game, and you know, they also do fan votes a lot, which we've only done once, and that was really cool. It took a lot of the blame off of us, which was nice.
Yeah.
These are your games, guys.
Yep. If you're mad, blame yourself.
You only have yourself to blame.
A couple of you guys should have talked together, and they said, "Hey, maybe we should vote for this," instead of being like, "Well, this is the game that had 3 people to vote for it, and so this one's in because that's the highest amount of votes for a single game."
Yep. Did we make the games visible that people had voted for?
No, I don't believe we did.
Okay. That might have changed some things because then people have been like, well, this is more likely to get in if I vote for it too.
Well, but that's the other thing is that it also lessens the creativity of things that submit too. If you see, oh, well,
that's true. You don't get Crystal's ponytail.
Exactly, which was very close to getting in. I will like.
Maybe it pops up this year in this Sega 8.
Yeah. So we still have all those numbers for votes and games. So we still have reference for what we know people would like to see.
I like how we're turning this into an early meeting sesh for Sega 8. Like, hey, we got these.
Actually.
Hey, we're all together right now. Why not?
Narblast is on the same wavelength as me. I've actually talked about this, Narblast. I have said that we need to find someone to make an Alf port so we can sneak it into Sega 8.
That is so funny.
I'm not even joking. I have said that before.
And speaking of ROM hacks for Genesis, I really hope that the arcade Shinobi is finalized someday, but the developer is working alone on it, so it's like on standby right now or something.
Man, that would be great on the Genesis, on the Mega Drive.
There's a demo of so the game is incomplete, but yeah, this is very beautiful.
And, Sega 8 last year, we did have a couple people push back on non-official Sega games.
Of course, I get it.
They didn't enjoy that. I think it was biased because Xenocrisis was just hard for some people, but they were not happy that Xenocrisis was in there because, it's not a real Sega game. It wasn't released.
Yeah, but they voted for it. They voted for it.
Yep.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna say something really bad, but I love that Xenocrisis made it because
Yeah, me too, actually.
I didn't have the game, and I was provided with it because of the race. So I got to play it finally. So thank you.
I loved it. I ended up speedrunning the game. Like after that, I didn't participate in the Sega 8, but I ended up speedrunning that. I've got record for the boss rush on easy. I think.
Nice. GG.
Just because it was just such a fun game.
It's a very good game. It's difficult, yeah.
Yeah,
But it's so good.
That's kind of what I like about it too. At the same time, it's not just a walk in the park and whatnot. It's boss rush, original version, easy. Yep, I'm still the only person that submitted.
Hey, all right, why not?
Yeah, 8 minutes 28. I believe I've got I've also got world record in bad ending on easy. Forgot about that.
I have thought about Lion King for Sega 8 a few times, but
Oh man,
I just think we'd get so much blowback.
No,
I think that would be like Alf getting
heard
it.
so much. Honestly, once people started playing it and like learned a little bit of it, I think they would turn it around everyone's mind. The perception of that game being hard is just so ingrained in people, and it's not true. It really isn't. In the speedrun, the most difficult level in the game, you skip. There is a skip.
Yeah, that lava skip.
The entire
That is the worst level. You're right about that.
Honestly, the easiest skip to do. It's probably the easiest trick in the entire game to do. And it lets you skip an entire level, which is the worst level of the game. And then the only other quote-unquote bad level that people had issues with was the second one with the monkey puzzle. And I mean, once you've learned what the pattern is, that's it. It's done. It's easy. It's not a hard pattern to memorize. And then that level is free.
I do think there's some cheapness. There's the escape level where the falling rocks can end your level, and that's right towards the end. So midway. And so something like that, if we did have it, it would definitely be like a towards the end of the race game where, it might, make someone's race.
That level is very, very safe if you're not going for the trick. If you're not going for the tricks, you can walk through that level pretty easily. It's when you start going for the tricks that rely on you having health, so that you can do not really a damage boost. But you have to an area where you have to do a clip is an area where you do take clipping. So you'll take damage each attempt you make at that. Each time you fail, you're taking more damage. But no, actually, probably one of the easiest games that I've run. If I'm actually easier than Beauty and the Beast, easier than Donna, which I might submit that too. Well, I love that.
Yeah, that game's super cool. In fact, if Zetox is still around, he put runs in, didn't he? I know he was playing it for a while. It'd be cool to see a race of that game. I think Grim learned it too.
Grim hasn't put a run in, he's learned it. And I actually just got a submission for the game yesterday. Somebody, new person.
Hey, all right. It's always great to hear.
Yeah, I might if it doesn't pick up in submissions, I'll probably submit that as well. And yeah, maybe I can convince Grimshins or Zetox, and we can do a little race. Narblast says he wants to go back to Xenocraze. Yeah, and Narblast Lion King isn't too bad. I mean, Narblast is good at every game, so you can't really take his word on it. There's very few games that Narblast play.
Narblast is so good at games that this year during Segathon, our Sega World Championship is going to be a 4-way race with JKL, who has been the 2-time winner. However, there was a little controversy last year, so Sheem is going to come back and re-challenge for that title, and we have 2 newcomers, Narblast and ZG, who both of them participated today.
Yep. So.
What are the games?
Well, it's going to be a surprise for everyone. I can't tell everyone.
Oh,
It's a completely blind. It's going to be. I don't think we have the number of games exactly yet, but there'll be in-game goals, and it'll immediately transition them to the next game. And if you haven't seen it before, it's a lot of fun. And again, it's for the Sega World Championship title. I mean, it's so you can say for the entire calendar year from 2025 to into 2026, you're the greatest Sega gamer of all time.
You can watch Billy Mitchell in the eyes.
Yep. But the Sega Crew World Championship thing is really about skill and adaptability. Be able to be your own games that you have no idea what you're gonna get, and to just play them to the best of your ability till it goes on to the next, and just being able to adapt to those games whether you played them or not. And so I think that's there's no practice. It's you're good at games. Prove it. We're gonna throw random games at you, and you gotta win.
I love it. Yeah, Narblast was going for the trifecta, the calendar year, the Sega 8, Master 8, 5G title all in 1 year. That's like Federer levels of dominance. Narblast was and still is, and so it's going to be great to see him take on these other challengers for the Sega World Championship title.
Yeah, it's a new mic that I just got, so I'm still figuring it out.
Oh, that sounds great. That sounds really good now.
It's an actual microphone instead of those headset microphones. Got one of those HyperX something or another. Big red shaft, basically.
Oh my goodness. Narblast asked what happened to ZG. I'm not quite too sure. He could explain better. I know that he was talking about Fantasy Zone. He was going for something risky and then decided to throw in the towel. But early on, something happened. He was kind of slow on Kung Fu Kid, and then he gets to or I don't know if he got to Golvalius, but something happened to where he started Golvalius really late, really behind. So something happened either in Basketball Nightmare or in Kung Fu Kid that really threw him behind the pack early on.
Yeah, and then he game over it in Fantasy Zone and just threw the towel at that point.
It's no joke. Yeah, we were just talking about that where, there came a point where we were like, yeah, we got to take off the training wheels. People aren't going to finish this race.
Yeah, there's only so many games to choose from without having to dip into a whole bunch of ROM hacks or just not good games, and then nobody's going to have any. And if nobody's having fun, nobody. Like maybe if in hindsight, maybe we should have put Phantasy Star a little bit closer to the start. Maybe not at the very start, but maybe a little bit closer. But I don't think it would have made a whole bunch different. People that were struggling with Phantasy Star still would have, or Fantasy Zone still would have struggled with Fantasy Zone. They just would have spent all that time at the beginning of the race, instead of having this nice neck and neck race with a whole bunch of people for a majority of it. It just would have been people pulling ahead right off.
Something that I've kind of kicked around, and maybe we should have implemented it where, you game over or you spend like 30 minutes on a game like Fantasy Zone 2 or, however long, an hour, and your penalty is you have to do alpha book percent, and then you can move on.
Just
I didn't think you were serious about that for a second.
I'm being dead serious. You know, your punishment is playing Alf.
And yeah, and you can train Elf, you can know Elf, and it's just that's what you have to do. Once you hit a certain timeline, you can move on to this. You can either A, keep going at that if you really want to, or B, just do a book percent of Elf and get it over and done with.
I'm having visions of hell of first Master8. Learning that book percent. Oh Jesus.
It's optional. It's optional. It's not forced.
Yeah. Just be good at Fantasy Zone.
I'm glad I learned book percent. I'm glad that for a while I played it.
I do wish Fantasy Zone at least had like a continue cheat or something like that we could have used or something.
Yeah, like a cheat code or something.
Yeah, you hold select when you hit start at the game over or whatever, and it, obviously you can't do that on a Master System because the buttons aren't there, but something like that could just let me continue instead of gaming over and having. If that was possible, it's definitely a decision we would have made for a game like this, but unfortunately, it just wasn't there.
Yeah, this was the first thing I did when I dig on the game that was looking for a continue. Fortunately, there was not.
Miss Groki got past the crystal level, I think. It's on the dragon now.
Yep. But this is a tough fight if you don't have the ton bomb. This is very long.
You know what, though? He seems to have a strategy that works. I think at this point it's just staying alive. Staying alive and finishing.
Yeah, this is surviving. Absolutely.
Yeah. I've definitely done that in games before. I don't care if it's cheese. I don't care if it's going to take me 3 times as long as it should have. I'm going to get past this. I'm not going to game over again.
Oh, she scares me. Stop it, please.
Yeah, she's had some really close ones before that I've seen too. Just threading. Oh, wait, what? I didn't even see anything.
No. Game over.
Oh, dude.
I didn't even see anything hit her.
Yeah, he throws like little fireballs.
That gonna be it?
Oh, and it's a game over. Jesus.
Yeah. That is unfortunate.
But she's making progress. This was the first time she got to the dragon.
You're gonna keep going. Dedication. Even we have vets.
Yeah, this is insane.
We have veterans of Sega Crew that was like, no, I'm done.
No, totally. I mean, I would have quit like an hour ago.
There you go. You're more tenacious than GC at this point.
I just checked in on Random 64, and he's also on Fantasy Zone 2,
really?
second level,
Wow.
I believe. I don't know how long he's been there, but
This is the FZ2 war between the blind players.
He was actually behind everyone else. He was behind. I think last I looked, he was still on Mickey while Mr. Groki was on Fantasy at one point. So he's making a lot of headway.
Oh, and the Hef can say then after. This is insane.
Yeah.
This is insane.
Yeah, and he's going in completely blind, so this is going to be rough.
Yeah. Yeah, because you have the roads, and you have to kill the bosses, and you have the special training stages which you don't have to do. So I hope that they don't lose time over there because they are very, very difficult stages, and they are not forced to do it to make the goal. So
he knows what he's technically supposed to do to progress. The game doesn't really tell you.
hope so.
I mean, you just kind of have to know that you have to kill all those things, right? I will be back. I need to go out. It's been like 4 hours. I think I did pretty good.
Oh, you did great. Yeah. Don't feel like you need to stick around. Honestly, at some point, I'll probably just put the game audio on and just step away and let them finish the race, and just keep an eye on it.
I'm just here chilling with my kid, anyways. Comes and sits on my lap and watches. I'm not really doing anything. Grab a cigarette. I'll be back.
So Booster, any idea for the date for next Sega 8? Is it already on schedule or is it?
I think it is. I think we pushed it back because Sega Ween. So I think it's like the first weekend in November, whatever that is, or the second, because I think the Saturday is like November 1st. I think Halloween's like the Friday. So that would make Sega 8, I think, like November 8th.
Okay.
I believe.
Okay. I'm already hyped for next one.
Heck yeah.
This one isn't over yet, but I'm already hyped for next one. Because the race of today was absolutely amazing. Once again, GG to all runners. Because that was showtime today. I mean, top 3 was insane.
Yeah, no kidding.
And Fede on the third boss. For the first time, I think. If I'm correct. Oh, it was spoiled already. Ready? I didn't know. We told them Booster.
What was spoiled?
That next Master8 is gonna be a best of.
I think we did mention that, but
Oh, we did.
but
So
who
yeah,
knows? I've
guys.
already forgotten, so maybe it will
Next
be.
Master8 is a best of and a voted fan best of course. So like you said, Booster, so we mainly gonna have like a 8 platformer race. Do we not? I mean, this would be
it's if we let the voters vote for it, then it's going to be up to them. If we decide to choose it, then who knows? Maybe we're able to work in some games. But I think the first Master 8, there was one racing game. It was Outrun,
Outrun,
Did we have
yes.
any other variety, or was it just that one non-platformer? Oh, I think the rest of them were.
We had Elf, which can be considered a non-platformer eventually. But yeah, let me see. So Psycho Fox, Batman, Mickey, Alex Kidd, and Psychic World. So yeah, that was mainly platformers, except Outrun. Yeah, I agree, Reddy. Everybody should vote, and us well. So next Sega 8, which one shall it be? Like the 6th one or the 7th one, Booster?
I believe we have one more Sega 8 than Master 8. So if this is Master 8 5, I believe it's Sega 8 6.
Sega 8 6. Alright. Alright. I can't wait to dig on those games. Because I had a great time playing for last Sega 8. Digging the games. I mean, yeah, Xenocrisis kicked my ass too much, but that was a very good race last Sega 8. And speaking of first Master 8 and Outrun, I remember Shanna playing like for 7 or 8 hours of Outrun.
Yeah, that's another one with a hard game over, and it's very difficult.
Yeah.
I don't know if she got past it and then
I think
bowed
she
out
did it
or bowed out.
and then quit, if I remember well. She finally did it after 7 or 8 hours. And
I
then
know
quit
she did. I know she returned to it on her own stream and submitted a speed run of Outrun after that.
Yeah, sorry, I had to take care of my cat. So I was speaking about first Master 8. And this was my actually very first race. Big memory over first Master 8.
Yeah, I think I retroactively include Sega 16 and Sega 8. And just call it Sega 8 number 6. It's like Marvel Comics, just, the more numbers we can tack onto it.
No Streets of Rage.
I think, didn't we have Streets of Rage in the last Sega 8?
We had Streets of Rage 2 in the last one, and
Yeah,
then
so I highly doubt we'll revisit Streets of Rage for a while anyway.
In a Sega 16 before, we also had Streets of Rage 3, if I remember well.
Hyperstone would be really cool. A different kind of beat 'em up than a Streets of Rage.
Yeah, Hyperstone is a very good game. I remember on a Sega event there was like a 4-way race of that game. Am I correct?
It was for licensed-a-thon. We did a 4-way race, and I think it was a blind race.
Yeah.
And I think it was Owaz, like out of nowhere. It was like he was dominating. Just like, oh my goodness, this guy's killing it.
A 2-way Sedesta. A 2-way. I thought it was a 4-way.
There was a 4-way that Sega Crew did. I remember that too. It could have been, actually, now that I think about it. So the first Segathon, we did a 4-way race of Castles of Illusion. And I wonder if for Segathon 2, we did a 4-way of Hyperstone Heist. I'm
Yeah, I
thinking
think
that's what
that's
it
that's
is.
the one. I think that's the one.
And we don't have video of that anymore, so we can't
Yeah.
show that.
Early
But
Sega Crew event.
yeah, but Paul does have that archive. I'm going to pull up that archive now. Segathon 2. TMNT Hyperstone Heist 4-way race. It had Bacon, Faust, Oz, and Radioactive Man from Mars.
That's
Blind
it.
race. Because they didn't know what a game it was going to be. And then we also had a 4-way race of Master of Darkness just right after that. Races are always fun.
But yeah, Hyperstone is totally a potential candidate for Sega 8 in the future. Absolutely. We still have to play a lot of good games on the Genesis for the next Sega 8. We can make a very decent list again, I think, for the next one.
I
We're gonna
hope
do our
it's more than
best.
decent. I hope it's the best one yet. I hope it gets
Yeah, the
people as
best one yet.
excited.
Best one yet. It's. I mean, at some point it becomes impossible to best the best, But yeah, we're gonna try to. We're gonna try to do that.
If that were true, they would have stopped making Star Wars movies a long time ago. They're always going to try to best the best.
Can say that again, dude. Tasmania. We had this one already, if I remember well.
Not on the Genesis, right?
Oh,
I don't think
on
we've
the
had
Sega
it on the
16, I'm
Genesis.
pretty sure.
The
On the
Mega
Sega
16. The Mega 16
the
did.
Mega 16, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, the Mega 16 has.
I'm pretty sure it was there. And on the Master 8 too, because I had to learn that game for Master 8 number 3. How could I forget?
That was a lot worse of a version.
I mean, it was a beautiful game, but yeah.
The insta death, yeah, and also just it was so easy to run off a cliff and in your level,
or miss your jump or whatever.
So then it just becomes frustrating.
I had to find safe strats for this one, like super safe strat for a lot of levels and boss fights. I mean, my PB back then was like, I don't know, like 13 or 14 minutes, and then you see Cool Kid with a sub-9 world record.
Well, that's Cool Kid. I mean,
oh man,
that dude. If any game he picks up, he can get world record. I mean, he's just that skill
he's
level.
an absolute machine. And this one, I mean, his one of Tasmania is insane.
Yeah, he makes it look like a good game.
Yeah. Which is certainly the most remarkable thing.
He's done that with a few.
It looks easy. Yeah, it is easy. Yeah, absolutely.
He's done that with a few really bad games, like Rocky and Bullwinkle comes to mind. He makes that look like a decent game, but if you ever touch it,
I never tried
you regret
Garfield,
it.
so I couldn't say. But
oh yeah,
I know
Garfield. That's another miserable one.
Oh, I see.
But he makes it look smooth and like they actually put work into it. But not a good game. But looks like a fun speed run. That's how you know, like Jurassic Park. I would never recommend
you
it
talked to me
casually.
about that one.
But as a speed run, I can't recommend it more highly.
But you have to get used to the janky controls, like you
Oh
said.
yeah, but you know, that's part of a lot of speed runs.
Mm-hmm. Especially in retro gaming.
For Sega Genesis, there is a Tiny Toons Acme All Stars sports game.
Yep, I played that one.
Just throwing that out.
That sounds cool.
I played that one. You have basketball and football, etc.
That would solve an itch for our sports and someone requesting for Looney Tunes. I don't know if it's good.
It's
but I mean,
fun to watch.
Looney
It's
Tunes
very
was-
fun to watch. It's a beautiful one.
Yeah, it looks nice. It does look like the sprite work does look really, really nice in the game. James Pond, yes, that is. Oh, you're talking about aquatic games. That is new. That's a hard no. Sorry, Patak. Any of the other James Ponds, okay, not aquatic games.
I never played any of the James Bond, so I couldn't say. Are these good games or what?
They're okay. They're platformers, but the aquatic games is like it's like a shovelware Olympics type game.
Yeah, the controls on a lot of those are usually very bad.
It's horrendous. I actually remember playing that one growing up, and I've seen people play it since then, and it is not aged any better.
Why do I have to mash the D-pad left and right repeatedly for 5 minutes?
Yeah, like that is literally what some of them really are, like the entire time. James Pond 3, I think that's the one. The one Stormy was running? No, I think James Pond 2. I have seen a couple people grind out James Pond. Oh, Patak's got a world record in James Pond 2 SMS. Surprised.
Well, Patak and Radman, those two guys are like the two SMS, gods.
Yeah. So I was like, I'm really not surprised.
They're like what B-Trim and Crazy Rasmus was 10 years ago.
Yeah, Redman get like, I don't know, 30 speedrun on the SMS or something like that.
Okay, it was the first James Pond that Stormcrow and Waxhouse both ran. It's an interesting game. I will say that. I wouldn't say it's a bad game. But we can find much better sports games. Aquatic games.
Absolutely.
Literally anything.
Maybe not to that point, but we have.
Oh, I mean,
we have a lot of choices.
we could choose FIFA and people would be praising us over aquatic games. I don't think they have FIFA, but you know, the soccer series they had on.
You have some cool soccer games on the Genesis. I had some when I was a kid. Before soccer games becomes boring, mainly.
For Sega 8. Or no, never mind. We're doing best of for Master 8, not Sega 8. I was gonna say, if we were doing a best of for Sega 8, then there's a good chance that we'd have Arnold Palmer in. That's one we haven't seen come around in a while.
Yeah, when was the last time we had a golf game in a race?
Probably Arnold Palmer.
Or maybe, like, then we had like putt and putter, something like that.
I'm not sure.
I know that Putt and Putter has been in a Mega 16, and so has
That's it.
the Battle Golfer Yui has also been in a
Battle
Mega
Golf.
16.
That was an interesting RPG versus golf game. Very original. Japan only for the Genesis.
Yeah, the year that was in the Mega 16, all 16 games were Japanese exclusives. So like Battle Golfer Yui and
That's
or maybe they just weren't North American. Maybe they just never, because you know now I could be getting confused with some of the lists. Did that one have that Australia only Christmas game? So it could have just been So it could have just been a non-North American release.
I don't think that's true either, because it's got Jurassic Park, Golden Axe 3, Rambo 3.
Maybe it was like half the list was that way or something. I don't quite remember.
Japanese release, Road Rash 2, New Zealand Story, Spider-Man, Double Dragon 2, Days Before
Double
Christmas.
Dragon 2 is awesome.
And then, as Booster mentioned, Battle Golfer Yui, Earthworm Jim 2, whatever Pengo is, Ichiki Boys.
That was a kind of a puzzle game, arcade game with penguins.
Okay. And then they got the Sailor Moon game, Ren and Stimpy.
Yeah, Ren and Stimpy, you could tell Faust was part of the selection committee for that one.
Yeah.
Yep. Does that one also have Growl? I know he was a big proponent of Growl. I think that made a Mega 16.
Let's see if it's in this one.
Yeah, Growl is like Indiana Jones beat 'em up.
Yep. Discount Indiana Jones.
That's a good one.
Yeah, you raced it not too long ago.
Yeah, I raced it.
40 for 40?
Yeah, Dwarven Dynamite and me raced it. I run the boards for that game too.
He was actually on one of my future pickups for next Sega 8.
Yeah,
I was
wasn't
totally considering this one.
There wasn't a board for it, so there was a board for the arcade version, and it was strictly for the arcade version. So I made a board for the Sega version.
Nice.
Good move.
Yeah, and not a lot of runners. There's only a few of us. But I did get to make the category Jack Hard.
That has to be a highlight.
That was my favorite. Trying to get people to run Jack Hard. Be the Jack Hard world record holder. But yeah, because there's a guy named...
Hey, would you like to Jack Hard? I imagine that's how you approached people.
Yeah. But yeah, so there's a category for each different character, because each character has different stats, and then there's different difficulties. There's easy and hard. So ended up being Jack Hard as one of the categories. Yeah, that game has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 categories.
And that's a lot already.
Well, because there's 4 different characters and there's 2 difficulties.
Oh, there's 4 characters in that one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a neat game. Ending is a very big surprise to people. Unless you lived in the 80s, and probably pretty obvious. In the 80s, everything was aliens.
Or punks.
That's everything I moderate.
Are they gonna make it? I'm really wondering.
Yeah, it looks like another game over there for Miss Groke.
Yeah. Why is this game so hard? Why? Why?
Hey, this was one of the games that you immediately came in with. You were like, "Yep, this is going to be in this year's race."
It's a good game, and it's a classic too. Like,
I agree, and it really shows off what the Master System can really do.
Yeah, it's a beautiful.
Yeah, the color palettes and then the sprite limits. I mean, look how many sprites are on the screen right now, and there's not as much flickering as in a lot of other stuff, and it's gorgeous.
Yeah. Even though we knew it was so difficult, it was an early choice from almost everyone. This one.
That might be actually a good idea for a theme. Just visually beautiful. There's just things that really show off its technical capability.
I like that stuff that pushes. What it could do.
But
I like that.
We had Land of Illusion is also one of the most beautiful on the system.
Yeah, thinking of the game list, there's not really a lot. I mean, Kung Fu Kid, it was a little more simple, but it had a lot of great colors. That red and yellow really popped. CSI looked great. Final Bubble, I mean, it looked like the arcade port. I mean, what else could you do? Everybody loves the cutscenes in Basketball Nightmare. Golvalius, you can just go look at the MXS version or whatever, and you could really see how much further, advanced the Master System was. Yeah, Land is great. Can Satan is fantastic. This is fantastic.
Yeah, graphically speaking, this was beautiful to watch.
Oh, and as I said, like the soundtrack, I think the worst soundtrack of all the games was probably Basketball Nightmare, and it wasn't even bad.
Yeah, agreed.
Agreed. The worst out of all of them.
Which really goes to show that it had a lot of bangers this time around. One sad part that no one got to hear, and I don't know if any other racers got to hear, but in Golvalius, your sword upgrade changes the music. Yeah. And when you upgrade that sword, that was the longer goal, that's the best music in the game. And I really hope some of the runners, at least during practice, got to hear that track. Oh yeah, there it is.
This one?
Oh yeah. You're gonna make me want to go out questing.
Yeah, that's a great track. Absolutely. Come on, Fede. Just do it. I want to see some Ken Saden again.
That's
I really don't know if they're gonna make it. I mean,
that's gonna be another rough blind one, especially with the map.
yeah. Absolutely.
I know Miss Grope. This was her hardest game. I assume because just the way they talked about the difficulty of Fantasy Zone. So I'm sure if they can get past this, they might be like, okay, I can complete this race.
Yeah.
It's just this hurdle.
I think she said that this was the only one. She said that she could even do Kineside, and it wasn't just this one that really gave trouble. No.
And Random 64, is he still playing too?
Let me see. It's been pulled up. No. Looks like
Oh, he did not finish.
either did not finish or they had a disconnect.
They just posted 2 minutes ago. In the race time chat, GG's.
Oh.
So I think we got another did not finish, which really goes again to show how difficult this race was. And you look at those every time on here, just how amazing of a job all these racers, whether they finished or not, because this was a very, very challenging race.
Yeah, great effort, Random.
You know what?
GG.
At least no one's gonna break no diggities. So. He's got the most DNFs technically listed in race time out of anybody. He's in all the race times and not racing.
And look at Fede. He's taking the red bottle and they continue. That's very smart. Let's go. He can do this.
Oh, those stupid hands. You can do it. I believe.
He's waiting for the blue bottle, I think. He needs 7,000 if I'm correct. Oh no, he's taking the warp.
Ooh, I don't know if I would have took the jet.
Yeah, it's very hard to control.
So far, it seems to be working for her. So.
Yeah, let's go.
Scary.
Yeah. Fede got this. He's gonna go to the boss now with full life and a continue. He might make it out. Or if he doesn't do it this time, I mean, he's got the good road for for the next tries. Ah, good kill. Let's go, Fede. You can do this.
I love just the tenacity of both these runners.
Yeah, that's
Again,
insane.
you know, we've already had a lot of people. I believe it's this game that has ended their race, and the fact that I mean, when you game over and it's that hard game over, and you're like, oh, I got to work all the way back up there. That it is a very daunting challenge, and both these competitors have now done this, you know, a handful of times, and they're still going after it, and it's amazing. Wonder if Fede's taking a break or if he's trying to figure out what to purchase here. Oh, it's a bad death right there, Miss Croak. That's too bad. Like Reddy just said in chat, level 3, very difficult level. It really is kind of, you know, when we were picking these game goals, we kept looking at maybe ending at 4. And, you know, I think most of you guys were like, well, once you kind of get good at 4, 5's easy. And so let's just go one more level. Wanted the race to be a little bit longer, too. I mean, the top runners finished in, you know, sub 90 minutes. So we didn't want the race to be too short.
Yeah, we had a lot of discussions too about the timer, considering, yeah, if we did that road, it's gonna be too short, or this one it's gonna be too long, etc. And in this case, for Fantasy Zone 2, we were like, yeah, stage 5 is so beautiful. Let's put it in, because it's only 1 or 2 minutes more. Come on, let's go. I mean, this is amazing how the Master System put those colors out on stage 5. This is so great. And we knew it was hard. We knew it. Top 2 still managed to sub 90. Still can believe it, actually. And our winner is still there, supporting the blind racers. Love that.
I love that too. That's amazing. Shout out once again, Reddy GG.
Yeah.
You know, but he's over there thinking, you know, I completely understand everything they're saying and what we've seen today, because this game was one that was a barrier. He wasn't sure they were going to even compete. They're like, you know what? I don't know. You know, kind of fuck this. I hate this game. So yeah, this is no easy challenge.
Yeah, and I think, by the way, Reddy, are you not like sub 9 for this one in the race? Like maybe even sub 8? I don't know if you had the timer at home, but that was a very fast FZ2.
This might have been one of their PB games. They mentioned they PB'd 2 games. I think it was this one in Land of Illusion.
Nice. 709. Jesus Christ.
That was unfortunate.
Oh,
Yeah,
not the game
it
over.
was.
Oh man.
Yeah, I think your percent is a good idea. Because if you do half hour per game, that's gonna be like 4 hours tops, right?
Sure, that math checks out.
Yep.
Well, I mean, a little bit more if if you had to do 30 minutes for everyone and do the book percent, you'd be a little over what, 4.5 hours? Like absolute tops.
I guess so. Are you thinking about tacking on book percent?
Well, I just, in a situation like this.
Oh, I see. To be able to go for as the penalty that we discussed before. Yeah, I agree. Especially if we're gonna.
If you set a limit like 30 minutes per game, like I said, that you're still, even if you admit the 30 minutes and did percent on every one of them, you're going to be at 4.5 hours absolute.
I think that's a really good idea because as we get more and more games, further and further into the library, the tougher the challenges are going to be. So to have an escape plan like that, I think would be nice. And I think having Alf be the game, it's so memey, and I think that people would love that.
Yep. And then book percent isn't a super easy run to learn.
No, in fact, it could easily go wrong too. You might not get it the first time.
Yep. But it's super quick. It's not a hard run to learn. A little bit of RNG that can screw you over, but it also doesn't take very much longer to get back in.
Yeah, it's like sub 6.
I think that if both Miss Grok, Fede, and even ZG, Random 64, everyone that quit on Fantasy Zone 2, I think if we all asked them, hey, would you rather just play Alf book percent after 30 minutes? I think they would probably all be like, yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that idea of yours is pretty good. And we could change it up for something like the Sega 8, obviously. Alf is on.
Yeah, we can think about that. We can
play a level of Taz or something.
I mean, we can keep improving. We can keep finding something new. Why not?
I'm just trying to think of an Alf equivalent for the Genesis.
A Tasmania, something like that. A Garfield. I don't know. Or
Cheetah Man.
Cheetah Man. Yeah.
Or Chaka Man, or what's the name? Shakan the Forever Man, or something like that.
Oh no! Don't do that. That's just me.
Oh no!
Oh, should we put Lion King? Should we?
If we could, and honestly, if Chikan, the run wasn't so dependent on the infinite jump, I think Chikan would be cool to have in there. But that was such a barrier, and it would be such a deciding factor.
I don't know the game enough, so I was just putting it out there because I know it's not obviously bad or something.
It's not bad. It's just it's a very difficult game, and there's not direction in the game either to tell you what you're really doing.
There's one level specifically that turns the game into this is a gym into trash. And it's this lava level and it's just broken. And in a race, you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to play that level. So I would put Chikan high on a list of Genesis games. But that level brings it down.
I was going to say, we have to be very specific in being like, these are the two elements you have to do that. You know what I mean?
That's true. That's a good point. Or you could just do the first 4, that first section before you even get to the. Yeah. But again, I think the infinite jump would be such a game changer for the people that can or can't do it.
Yeah, and that's
It's
what I
such a
figured, like,
very difficult strat.
selected two areas or something, specifically ones that don't rely on that. It might be viable. Because I don't think not every level necessarily relies on it. It's really heavy in some levels. Some levels it's more like, yeah, it gets you there a little bit faster, but it's not a game changer, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But, like,
Yeah,
there's
that's true.
that one fire level where it's literally just all IDJs. Instead of using your hook climb thing throughout the entire level, you're just IDJing the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen Wax House lose so many runs on the level. And now
Yeah,
you got
I
the
believe
new
it.
Shukon tech too.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, you don't, do you?
No,
You can zip
I
now.
don't.
You
Oh,
can zip.
really? Whoa, I haven't seen that. Very cool.
It has to do with any level that Shukon spawns in the air. So you know that
Oh, okay.
spawns in and falls down.
Sure. Yeah.
You can.
It's like 3 or 4 of those.
You can abuse that to essentially zip through the level.
Awesome. Does Ed know about that yet?
I don't think so. A-Frame found it last year sometime. He was.
If we ever do another Ed-a-thon, he's got to show that off to Ed. That's awesome.
Yeah. So the way it works is like you spawn in and like you do some like frame perfect stuff, and you end up like zipping halfway across the level.
Yes, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's very difficult, but that would just completely change everything too if people started going for that. Cuts a good chunk of pretty strict timed game. Barney with the controller plugged in. Tack, you're a genius. That would be a great version of the elf punishment.
I like that.
You don't have to do anything. You literally just let Barney play.
And then it's just RNG on
Yep,
how long it'll take. That's actually a really cool idea.
Yeah. So yeah, it could be a 5-minute penalty. It could be a 6-minute penalty. It could be, you know what I mean. You don't know. It could be beneficial. You could end up going, you know. It could be a super short one.
I'm lost.
So there's a category in Barney on Sega Genesis where the game just plays it. You don't touch the controller. Barney just keeps walking and talking to things until he gets.
Wow.
But it's RNG on what things spawn in front of you that you end up having to talk to get to the end of the level. So it's all dependent on what things spawn in front of you, how long the.
Wow. That game was sold back then?
Well, it was
It's a children's game. It was
like,
for
not
little
even,
babies.
Yeah, like not even a children's game. This is like kids that couldn't play Junior type. So you know, this is below.
Yeah, there was a big.
Pale.
Yeah, there was a big push in the mid '90s in Sega of America to make like the Sega Pico, you know, to really push young children's games.
Untapped market.
I'm sure that's how they saw it.
Yeah.
Hello Kitty on the Sega 8. The hype is real.
Oh, that'd be great.
Is there a Sega game for Hello Kitty?
I think there's a Pico 8 for Hello
that's
Kitty.
No, I do believe there is a Japanese exclusive Hello Kitty game. I believe it is for younger audiences, but could very easily be a speed game if I remember correctly. Hey, looks like Fede's back at level 4 after the pause. Probably had to give his hand a break.
And he still has his continue, so I hope this one is the run. And another blue bottle. Oh,
Ooh, perfect snag right there. That was getting close.
ooh, that was scary, dude.
Yeah,
That
that
was
the
very
bottle
scary.
snag.
Oh, there was a limited edition Hello Kitty. Translucent pink.
Ooh,
Yeah, it actually
that's
looks
a
really
collector's
nice.
item.
Yeah. $720.
Oh my goodness.
700. Mm-hmm.
SNES might have Earthbound, but we got Hello Kitty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you know that Hello Kitty is actually the most bankable franchise in the world?
I
Not
think I do
kidding.
remember hearing that. Yeah.
More than
Yeah,
Pokemon?
yeah. This is
Oh, that's a good point. Pokemon.
I'm pretty sure Pokemon is now the biggest in the world.
Pokemon just appeals to every age and demographic.
You know what? Let's ask ChatGPT. Come on, Esther.
That's good. I don't think I have it open anymore. That meme was so long ago that we pulled. Let me see. Is Pokemon a IP than Hello Kitty?
It's hard to believe in this world of IPs that neither of those have had, and a live action movie made yet.
That's true. So yes, Pokemon is a larger intellectual property than Hello Kitty in terms of overall revenue. As of the most recent global data, Pokemon is #1 highest grossing media franchise of all time. With over
Nice.
$100 billion in total revenue since inception in 1996. Hello Kitty came out in 1974 and is only at around 88 billion total.
And how much for Pokemon?
Over 100 billion.
Over 100 for Pokemon and 88 for Hello Kitty.
And,
Well, GG Pokemon. Wow.
And Hello Kitty has been around for 22 years longer than Pokemon.
Yeah, of course.
It's hard to count those 22 years, though, when in terms of exposure, it's a completely different world from the 70s, 80s, and even 90s to, early 2000s.
But yeah, I'm just saying they had a head start, and they're still behind. But yeah, at one point, Hello Kitty most likely definitely was the
Yeah,
largest.
before Pokemon, it was Hello Kitty.
Oh. Okay, there was a Hello Kitty game for the Dreamcast. Doesn't surprise me since there was a Hello Kitty Dreamcast. You had to have something.
Oh, Fede just got exploded. That's a shame. Still level 4 here.
Can still
Stage
make
4.
it. He still get his continue.
I don't know if he's seen stage 5. I was really hoping he'd get to stage 5 with the continue, just so that way he'd have a longer, time to explore it.
There are 10 Hello Kitty games for the Pico.
Wowzers!
Yeah, because one is not enough, so let's make 10.
5 Dreamcast games.
Is there a beat 'em up in there?
That's cool about the Dreamcast games. I wish somebody would have submitted those for the Dream when we did the Dreamcast event. We got the
Yeah.
Saturn event coming up. I got to figure out a Saturn game to play. Although that's not speedrun. You know, we'll take anything for the Saturn for our casual events.
Hell, they even.
I'd love to watch. I'd love to watch a Guardian Hero speedrun on the Saturn.
You got a time to learn it. It'll be September.
Yeah, but don't I have like Segaton and oh yeah, it's June, so I have all summer.
We need to crowdfund a Sega Pico game for Radman to play.
Awesome. Yes.
Hello Kitty to McDonald.
Yes, we need
So
this.
It is a Hello Kitty McDonald's game for the Sega Pico.
Oh, that's fantastic. Uh-oh. Patak's brains over there. He's thinking of something goofy to submit. I love it. I love the goof. It makes it fun. You know, I remember Radman, he talked about, you know, the one thing that he misses about Segathon, like he did a Lunchables video, and just we hung out and watched it. And, you know, I explained to him and to everyone, no, that's fine, as long as you tell me how long that's going to take.
Yep.
You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be a speed run. It's just more about, we get so many submissions that we don't want things to run long because they're just blind playthroughs. You know, we want to make sure yeah. So yeah, if you want to watch a Lunchables video and the video takes 20 minutes, you know, submit that and say it'll take you 25 minutes.
I have an entire folder full of Sega commercials on my computer.
Just hang out and watch Sega commercials. I love it.
I scoured the internet all over the place, YouTube, Internet Archive, all over the place for every Sega commercial I could possibly.
You know, if we did that, it would be fun to do it like a Mystery Science Theater, and we get a couple of, you know, or 4 people into Discord together and just kind of riff on it. That'd be cool.
I also think another idea would be bumpers in between games. Like with game setup and everything. You know, we can have our little thing come up, you know, our normal bumper in between, but then, you know, run a couple commercials while you're waiting or whatever as well between with setup and everything like that.
That'd be very cool.
Kind of like you're watching TV back in the 90s. Yeah, I've got a huge collection of Sega commercials. Which I might have put them on.
Well, we have hit the 5-hour mark. I'm gonna see if Fede can pull it out to Kinsaden on this one, but if not, I'm gonna step away and just kind of watch and you know, and see how it finishes up. How long are you two guys gonna stick around?
Probably going a little bit here. Kid's getting pretty anxious to go do something and have me go play with him.
And well, perfect. Well, Fede's only streaming to our server, so and he gets killed right there. That's a shame. He's going after it again. So we'll keep going as long as he goes for sure, because we definitely want to, you know, have him go as long as he wants to go. But thanks everybody. Thanks for joining us today. And I'm just gonna kind of hang out and chat.
I have
and thanks, guys.
Unique Sega.
Yeah. How really? Damn.
They're all unique. Some of them are pretty similar though. So like, there's a lot of those like multi-game commercials Joe Montana and stuff like that. They just like change 1 or 2 games in the commercial.
Sure, but still, just as a repeating playlist.
But yeah, so I've got a 112 as high quality as I could possibly find versions of different commercials for Sega. I even have an Arnold Palmer one.
That's awesome. Well, dudes, I'm gonna step away for a while. If you can just ping me on Discord if you need anything. Thanks, dudes.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some sleep too. That was an amazing race. Thank you, everybody. Thank to all the racers. Thank to all the viewers. And thank you, guys. I'll see you, I don't know. One of these days,
Yep.
Maybe on Segaton. Who knows? I'll see you. Bye.
Yeah.
And that's a GG. Unbelievable there. Great work by Fede. Just sticking it out. When they got to Kinsaden, it didn't take much. I think that was only the second time through. So amazing. So thank you, everyone. Fede's official time is 9:50:07. Clock's still running because we still have runners racing. Miss Groke said that they'll be back tomorrow at some time. So stay on the lookout on their channel if you haven't given her a follow. You can do that now, so you'll be ready when they go live tomorrow and finish up the Master 8. So we still have one more competitor out there. But great work for everyone else, all 10 people that were able to finish today. And for those who didn't, still amazing job. Thank you, everybody, again, for all the runners, viewers, everyone that helped out on the tech side, all that great stuff. And, thank you, everyone who watched your Why We Do This. And, I'm going to kick it over to somebody and enjoy the rest of your Saturday. And peace out. Watched